Chapter 1077. Bang! The huge package exploded, and countless green powder floated out. Many of the heaven-shocking swords were stained by the green powder, and immediately made a sizzling sound as they were corroded and broke. It actually damaged the heaven-shocking swords? Yi Xian was shocked. This Green Corpse King was indeed capable. It actually destroyed hundreds of heaven-shocking swords in one move. However, there were still more than 800. At the same time, Yi Xian also took this opportunity to approach the two Corpse Kings, and then stretched out his hands. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. Two dragon capturing hands directly grabbed the Green Corpse King's body. What divine ability! The Green Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King were shocked. They were not ordinary people. Even the Valley Master of the 10,000 Flower Valley could see that it was a divine ability. You want to trap me? No way. The Green Corpse King's eyes flashed, and in the next moment, a green light gushed out from his body. Bang! A loud sound spread out. Yi Xian looked and found that the Golden Dragon Capturing Hands was actually about to collapse. At this time, the Violent Bear Corpse King on the side hurriedly slapped out with his palm, directly shattering the two Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. You really have some ability. It seems that it will be difficult to deal with you without using the Spirit Sword Array. In the next moment, thousands of heaven-shocking swords transformed into giant swords and then crashed down. Clang, clang, clang. The giant swords fell one after another, trapping the Violent Bear Corpse King and the Green Corpse King in the middle. At the same time, Luo Luo suddenly appeared. 7-colored demonic fire. More than 30 Luo Luos attacked the Spirit Sword Array crazily, and hundreds of demonic flames fell into the Spirit Sword Array. Although many were scattered by the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King, Yi Xian was using the Eye of Decomposition to attack them. They were unable to get rid of all the demonic flames. When more than 30 purple demonic flames fell into the Spirit Sword Array, these demonic flames suddenly connected. In an instant, the Spirit Sword Array emitted a terrifying and powerful aura. 7-colored demonic fire, explode. With a thought, Luo Luo directly ignited those demonic flames. Rumble. Another earth-shattering sound rang out. Luo Luo's 7-colored demon fire combined with the 100-layer Demon Fox's clone was extremely powerful. Even if the Green Serene Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King didn't die, they would definitely be heavily injured. 10,000 swords returned to origin, rise. After the explosion, Yi Xian immediately activated the heaven-shocking sword. As expected, the two Corpse Kings inside did not die, but after that, they would not be able to block the 10,000 swords return to origin that had yet to end. No, I won't die here. How can I die here? For you. Green Tranquil Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King shouted. However, Yi Xian had no intention of replying and immediately attacked. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. At this time, the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King were both in a heavily injured state and could not withstand these attacks at all. In an instant, they were caught by the Dragon Capturing Hand. What they had to face next was the baptism of the 10,000 returning swords. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Hundreds of heaven-shocking swords swept over like a hurricane. Even if the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King were Manifestation Realm experts, they could not withstand this attack. Under the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian saw that the upper bodies of the two were directly sliced into meat paste, leaving only 2 legs. At this moment, Yi Xian swept over and collected the 2 universe rings that were scattered on the ground. There are so many corpse bugs. They should be targeting spiritual bodies. Yi Xian did not say anything and swallowed all of these things. The Corpse King Palace and the sect of the God of Ghost had been fighting for so many years, and the sect of the God of Ghost also did not have a human manifestation realm expert. Therefore, the poisons that they developed were mostly targeted at the ghost spirit ancestors. These poisons were not living creatures, so Yi Xian could swallow them. Just a little more. I reckon that I still need to kill 2 more Corpse Kings. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. These corpse kings were extremely wealthy, and any one of them could create dozens of ninth-grade spirit disaster experts. However, the experience required for him to level up was too much. Today, he had used the myriad returning swords, which meant that he would need 3 days to cool down. 3 days later, he would probably be able to break through to ninth-grade spirit disaster. At that time, even if he did not use the myriad returning swords, he would be able to deal with the Corpse King Palace. Young master, at this speed, the Corpse King Palace will be destroyed soon. Luo said with excitement. And 3 days later, we will be able to kill our way into the Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian nodded his head. Yu, who was standing by the side, also felt that it was unbelievable. This time, she did not even need to take action. Just Yi Xian and Luo alone were able to eliminate 2 Corpse Kings from the Corpse King Palace. Including this time, 4 Corpse Kings had already died in the hands of Yi Xian. They were the Vajra Corpse King, the Chain Corpse King, the Green Corpse King, and the Violent Bear Corpse King. Among them, the Green Corpse King was ranked 6th among the 13 Corpse Kings of the Corpse King Palace. There are still 3 days left. I can use this time to plunder the forces of the Corpse King Palace. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. In these 3 days, he would be able to increase his strength again. However, at this moment, Yu, who was sending a message to the sect of the God of Ghost, suddenly received an urgent message from the sect of the God of Ghost. Immediately, her expression changed. "What's wrong, Sister Yu?" Luo noticed Yu's expression and asked directly. "A third of the territory of the sect of the God of Ghost has been infected with the blood poison plague. Once the ghost spirits come into contact with the blood mist, their souls will scatter." Yu replied truthfully. "Blood poison plague?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, "This blood poison plague is stronger than the Green Corpse King's green corpse worm? The one who spread this blood poison plague is the Crimson Blood Corpse King's blood-refined doppelganger. Therefore, this blood poison plague should be refined by the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Moreover, our sect of the God of Ghost seems to have no way to suppress the plague. Therefore, Master asked me to return immediately and kill the Crimson Blood Corpse King." Yu replied. "Crimson Blood Corpse King," Yi Xian muttered. Just now, he had already killed the Green Corpse King, but the Crimson Blood Corpse King in the Corpse King Palace also knew how to refine poisons. This blood poison plague should have been refined by the Crimson Blood Corpse King recently. Otherwise, the territory of the sect of the God of Ghost would have already become a land of plague. In that case, we will return and kill the doppelganger of the Crimson Blood Corpse King first to prevent the plague from spreading," Yi Xian said. This blood poison plague would continue to spread by itself. At the same time, the doppelganger of the Crimson Blood Corpse King would spread it in the dark. Once the ghost spirits came into contact with the blood mist, their souls would scatter. Therefore, this mission could only be carried out by humans. Chapter 1078. But don't forget that the Corpse King Palace sent out 5 Corpse Kings. Even if the Vajra Corpse King fell, there were still 4 Corpse Kings. If no measures were taken, the territory of the sect of the God of Ghost would quickly shrink. At that time, the sect of the God of Ghost would be surrounded by the blood poison plague. Once that happened, the sect of the God of Ghost would be finished. Yi Xian immediately broke through the void and returned to the sect of the God of Ghost. You're back." Just as they returned, the sect of the God of Ghost's ancestor flew over. "Master, what should we do now?" Yu asked anxiously. "We can deal with the Corpse Kings sent out by the Corpse King Palace, but they're hiding in the blood poison plague. We can't enter and can only watch as the blood poison plague spreads. We also sent many elders to stop the plague, but they were all killed by the Corpse Kings." So, the sect of the God of Ghost's ancestor turned his head and his gaze fell on Yi Xian. "Little brother Yi has the strength to kill the Green Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King, so I sincerely hope that little brother Yi can help. In this blood poison plague, only Yi Xian could save the sect of the God of Ghost. If he didn't help, the sect of the God of Ghost wouldn't be able to do anything. Unless there was a manifestation realm human, they could only watch as the blood poison plague spread. I relied on a trump card to kill the Green Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King, but I can't use that trump card now. After Yi Xian finished speaking, his brows suddenly raised as he said, "Therefore, I need a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures. As long as I can break through, then the Corpse King of the Corpse King Hall will be like an ant in my eyes. I can even destroy the entire Corpse King Hall." As soon as he said that, the disciples of the sect of the God of Ghost and the Ghost Spirit Ancestor were shocked. "Destroy the Corpse King Palace." Those words came from the mouth of an 8th-grade spirit disaster. If it was anyone else, they would definitely roll their eyes and laugh at Yi Xian for overestimating himself. But Yi had just sent back the news of the Green Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King's deaths. The Corpse King Palace's 6th-ranked Green Serene Corpse King and 8th-ranked Violent Bear Corpse King fell one after another, and the person who killed them was none other than Yi Xian. As a result, no one present dared to doubt Yi Xian's words. "Little brother Yi Xian, as long as you can help the sect of the God of Ghosts survive this ordeal, I'm willing to sacrifice my soul." The ancestral master of the God of Ghosts took off his interspatial ring and threw it to Yi Xian. This was a specially made universe ring that could be used by ghosts and humans. After Yi Xian accepted it, his eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light as he said with a dignified expression, "Good, in half a month, the Corpse King Palace will no longer exist." This promise made the Ghost Spirit Ancestor let out a sigh of relief. This time, the Ghost God Sect's Patriarch had put in a lot of money because he had lived for more than 1,000 years. His wealth was more than the sum of the 4 Corpse Kings that Yi Xian had killed. These items were enough for Yi Xian and Luo to break through. "Little brother Yi Xian, roughly how long will it take for you to break through?" The Ghost God Sect's Patriarch continued asking. The crisis was imminent. Every day, the blood poison plague would erode the territory of the sect of the God of Ghosts. The range of activity of the ghosts was also shrinking. "There's no need for that. I can leave immediately. Senior, please tell me the specific information." Yi Xian directly said. "Good, quickly go and collect the information." The Ghost God Sect's Patriarch immediately shouted. The Ghost God Sect's Patriarch and the other disciples quickly left, leaving behind Yi Xian and the other 2. "Tisk. I thought that I would need 3 days to break through, but it seems that there's no need for that." Yi Xian snickered in his heart. In the next moment, his aura surged. "Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Spirit Disaster 9th grade." A system notification rang out. Yi Xian had finally broken through to Spirit Disaster 9th grade. However, this was only the initial Spirit Disaster 9th grade. Only by reaching the pinnacle of Spirit Disaster 9th grade would one know if there was a bottleneck to break through to the manifestation realm. Since Wei Zhentian had already broken through to the limit, if Yi Xian didn't break through, he wouldn't be able to break through either. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't need to consume ores. "Luo, these are for you." Yi Xian directly threw the remaining items to Luo. With these items, Luo should be able to break through to Spirit Disaster 9th grade within 3 days. She might even be able to break through to the manifestation realm. Soon, the experts of the sect of the God of Ghosts gathered once again. The Ghost God Sect's Patriarch sorted out the latest information and passed it to Yi Xian. The Underground Corpse King massacred a city half an hour ago. The White Bone Corpse King destroyed the Myriad Underworld Valley 2 hours ago. Yi Xian swept a glance over the information. The Corpse King Palace originally sent 5 Corpse Kings to the territory of the sect of the God of Ghosts. Previously, Yi Xian killed the Vajra Corpse King, so there were 4 left. These 4 Corpse Kings were spread out in 4 directions, constantly spreading the blood poison plague. "Alright, I'll make a move now." Yi Xian received the information and took out the white bone token used by the sect of the God of Ghosts for communication. This way, he would be able to receive real-time information. At this moment, the others discovered that Yi Xian's aura was different. He had actually broken through to Spirit Disaster 9th grade. Just how did he cultivate? The others couldn't understand. It hadn't even been 2 minutes since they left, and Yi Xian had actually broken through from Spirit Disaster 8th grade to Spirit Disaster 9th grade. It was simply too inconceivable. "Seniors, I'll take my leave first." Yi Xian didn't say anything else as he tore open the void and left. As for Luo, She remained in the sect of the God of Ghosts to cultivate. When the experts of the sect of the God of Ghosts saw Yi Xian leaving, they revealed a strange expression. This was the first time that the sect of the God of Ghosts had to rely on an outsider for help when they were in trouble. However, they were confident in Yi Xian's strength. They hoped that Yi Xian would be able to help them get through this crisis. It would be even better if he could destroy the Corpse King Palace. At that time, the land of the dead would be under the control of the sect of the God of Ghosts. At this moment, Yi Xian had already left the sect of the God of Ghosts. He was now at Spirit Disaster 9th grade, so it wouldn't be much of a problem even if he separated from his clone. Therefore, he chose to split up. White Bone Corpse King, ranked 7th in the Corpse King Palace. Burrowing Corpse King, ranked 4th in the Corpse King Palace. Frost Corpse King, ranked 12th in the Corpse King Palace. Blazing Corpse King, ranked 11th in the Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. Among the remaining 4 Corpse Kings, the Burrowing Corpse King was slightly more difficult to deal with. Furthermore, he was the strongest, ranked 4th. As for the remaining 2 Corpse Kings, they weren't that strong, so it wasn't a big deal. However, Yi Xian followed the principle of nearest and dealt with the Frost Corpse King and Blazing Corpse King first. Chapter 1079. While they were on the road, Yi Xian's white bone token was constantly receiving news from the sect of the God of Ghost. At this moment, Yi Xian stopped as he looked at the red mist ahead. So this is the blood poison plague? This blood poison is extremely harmful to the ghost spirits. Even the ghost spirit ancestor could fall from it. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he rushed in. Ding! The host is immune to the poison. The system notified. Although the blood poison plague was extremely harmful to the ghost spirits, it wasn't much of a threat to humans, not to mention Yi Xian, who had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Yi Xian entered the red mist and quickly found a city. The people in this city were all killed by the Frost Corpse King, and it was already a dead city. Even if there were people who turned into ghost spirits with resentment, they were still killed by the blood poison plague. According to the news from the sect of the God of Ghost, the Frost Corpse King just visited this city half an hour ago, so it should be nearby. Yi Xian hurriedly summoned his clone over, then relied on his perception eye to search the blood poison plague area. In less than 10 minutes, he found the Frost Corpse King at the edge of the blood poison plague. Found you. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he summoned his clone and merged with it. The Frost Corpse King, who was preparing to spread the blood poison plague, sensed Yi Xian's aura and immediately frowned. Another elder of the sect of the God of Ghost that came to die? You dare to find trouble with me with a mere 9th grade spirit disaster? A light flashed in the eyes of a tall man with light blue skin. He thought that Yi Xian was just an elder of the sect of the God of Ghost. But soon he regretted his carelessness. Eyes of glory. Golden dragon catch your hands. Yi Xian approached the Frost Corpse King and directly used his trump card. With his 9th grade spirit disaster, his strength had reached an explosive level when he used the Eye of Radiance. Furthermore, the Dragon Catcher Hands was a divine ability. Before the Frost Corpse King could react, it was tightly gripped by 2 golden dragon capturing hands. Zizi. When the Frost Corpse King's flesh and blood, which was filled with the aura of death, came into contact with the golden true chi, it was burned until its skin and flesh were torn apart. A mere 9th grade spirit disaster, so what if he uses his divine ability? The Frost Corpse King roared angrily. Then, the power of extreme ice wrapped around its body and condensed into a set of ice armor. However, this ice armor did not even last a second before it was crushed by the 2 golden dragon capturing hands. Kacha! The ice armor was crushed. At the same time, a fierce light flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. Have a taste of this. Yi Xian's right fist suddenly struck out. This was the sect of the God of Ghosts' secret technique, the God of Ghosts' fist. As Yi Xian had already broken through to 9th grade spirit disaster, he could devour 3 9th grade spirit disaster ghost spirits, which increased his strength by a lot. Along the way, he used the high-grade sword comprehension pill to comprehend the man and sword as one fist. Therefore, the power of this fist was extremely powerful. What? Impossible. Looking at the powerful god of ghosts' fist, the Frost Corpse King's face changed. The power of this fist was probably even stronger than the golden dragon capturing hands. Boom! The god of ghosts' fist hit the Frost Corpse King and instantly shattered its bones. The god of ghosts' fist could only be considered as a pseudo-divine ability and not a divine ability. However, the power of the god of ghosts' fist was stronger than the golden dragon capturing hands. That was because Yi Xian was still at 9th grade spirit disaster and was unable to fully display the power of the divine ability. Only when he reached the manifestation realm would he be able to fully display the power of the divine ability. Right now, the Corpse King is just an ant in my eyes. With my strength, I should be able to fight against a human in the manifestation realm, right? Yi Xian looked at the corpse in front of him and muttered in his heart. A manifestation realm expert could use the power of manifestation realm. Even 10 Frost Corpse Kings wouldn't be his opponent. At that moment, Yi Xian rushed over and kept the universe ring of the Frost Corpse King. Only now did he suddenly remember that he still had the Eye of Control. Forget it. The next time I encounter a Corpse King, I'll control it first. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was calm. After all, a Corpse King level fighter was dispensable. After dealing with the Frost Corpse King, he once again soared through the air and returned to the position where his clone was. His clone was about to find the Flaming Corpse King. Now that his main body had come to search, he should be able to find it soon. Just as he had expected, in less than half an hour, he sensed a scorching aura. The Flaming Corpse King. I finally found you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he rushed towards the Flaming Corpse King. The Flaming Corpse King was still wandering around the blood poison plague area. The blood poison plague was fatal to ghost spirits, but it was nothing to humans. As long as the ghost spirits were kept in the 10,000 ghost banner, it would be fine. Therefore, some people were still in the blood poison plague area. Finally, the Flaming Corpse King found Yi Xian. When he turned his head, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Burning eye. Yi Xian was now in the 9th grade spirit disaster, while the Flaming Corpse King was only in the manifestation realm. They were only one realm apart, so Yi Xian's mental attack was still very effective. What the hell is this? I have used flames to temper my body for hundreds of years, and this move actually burned my will? The Flaming Corpse King was shocked. However, he was an old corpse that had lived for hundreds of years. His willpower was very strong, and he could still withstand a mental attack. He could withstand 1 or 2 burning eye attacks. But what if it was 5 or 10 times? No, with Yi Xian's current strength, a mere 4 burning eye attacks would cause the Flaming Corpse King to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Become my slave. When Yi Xian saw that it was about time, he immediately used the Eye of Control. Ding! Control failed. This Corpse King Palace's Corpse King was indeed capable. His willpower was weakened so much, but he could still withstand 1 Eye of Control. However, after this system notification, another notification sounded one after another. Ding! Control succeeded. Before the Flaming Corpse King could make a move on Yi Xian, he was controlled. Greetings, Master. The Flaming Corpse King knelt down on one knee. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly took off his yin and yang ring before asking, "Is there an antidote for this blood poison plague?" "I'm not sure." The Flaming Corpse King shook his head and said, "This blood poison plague was refined by the Crimson Blood Corpse King and the Tranquil Green Corpse King for decades. If there is an antidote, it should be on the Crimson Blood Corpse King." Crimson Blood Corpse King? Chapter 1080. How many more hidden Corpse Kings are there in the Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian asked again. There are 2 more, and they aren't any weaker than the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. The Scarlet Blood Corpse King replied. There are indeed some hidden ones. Yi Xian frowned. In other words, there are a total of 15 Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian asked a few more questions, then he said to the Scarlet Blood Corpse King, "Go and eliminate these Scarlet Blood doppelgangers." Although the Scarlet Blood Corpse King was weak, he was the brother of the current Corpse King Palace Master, the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. It would be easier for him to eliminate the Scarlet Blood doppelgangers. The spread of the blood poison plague was very fast, but most of it was caused by the scarlet blood doppelgangers. If the blood poison plague was allowed to spread on its own, it would only spread at 1/5 of its current speed. Yes, master. The Scarlet Blood Corpse King nodded and left. Now Yixian had dealt with 2 Corpse Kings. After the Scarlet Blood Corpse King left, he immediately sent a message to the God of Ghost sect. Then he went to the next location. The White Bone Corpse King and the Underground Corpse King were 1 or 2 days away. Yixian estimated that as long as the White Bone Corpse King was dealt with, the myriad returning swords cooldown would be almost over. One day later, Yixian found the White Bone Corpse King. The White Bone Corpse King had tempered its bones and was equipped with a set of white bone armor. Its defense was second only to the Vajra Corpse King, but it was much stronger than the Vajra Corpse King. The bone attacks used by the Corpse King Palace elders were similar to the Ghost God Fist and were created by the White Bone Corpse King. This time, Yixian prepared to use the Eye of Control to control the Corpse King. Although the White Bone Corpse King was strong, its speed was much slower than Yixian. The latter used the Golden Dragon Capturing Hand to capture the Corpse King and slowly tortured it. Ding! Control successful. After 4 burning eyes, the White Bone Corpse King was subdued by Yixian. Yixian emptied the Corpse King's interspatial ring and left. In that case, only the Excavating Corpse King was left. Those walking corpses were refined by this Excavator Undead King. At the same time, this Excavator Undead King is proficient in the art of walking underground. It's hard to see its head or tail. The last time it appeared was half a day ago. Yixian arrived at the place where the Underground Corpse King had appeared for half a day. He felt that this Underground Corpse King was a bit troublesome. This Burrowing Corpse King came and went without a trace. Even Yixian couldn't do anything to him as he moved underground. But now, only the Underground Corpse King was still wandering around. Therefore, the sect of the God of Ghost could send experts to guard the border of the blood poison plague. They could also enter the area of the blood poison plague to develop an antidote to stop the plague from spreading. Yixian searched the area where the Underground Corpse King appeared, but he couldn't find any powerful aura. Ding! 10,000 swords return to Origin's cooldown is over. Just as he was searching, the system notification rang out. Yixian now had the capital to kill the Corpse King Palace. With the 10,000 swords returned to Origin, even if all the Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace attacked together, he wouldn't be afraid. At this moment, 3/5 of the sect of the God of Ghosts territory was covered by the blood poison plague. Young master, I broke through. Luo sent a message not long after the 10,000 swords returned to Origin's cooldown was over. Very good. I will go back and pick you up. Then we will kill the Corpse King Palace. Yixian nodded. Then he broke through the void and returned to the sect of the God of Ghost. Little brother Yi, that Underground Corpse King. Seeing Yixian's return, the sect of the God of Ghosts sect hurriedly asked. I didn't find him. There is no trace of him at all. So I want to kill the Corpse King Palace directly. Yixian shook his head. Kill the Corpse King Palace? The sect of the God of Ghosts sect of the God of Ghosts' eyes suddenly lit up. They were worried that the blood poison plague would spread to the sect of the God of Ghost, but they completely neglected one point. The Corpse King Palace had already lost several Corpse Kings. The Vajra Corpse King, Chain Corpse King, Green Corpse King, Violent Bear Corpse King, and Frost Corpse King. Not only that, but the Scarlet Flame Corpse King and White Bone Corpse King were also under Yixian's control. A total of 7 Corpse Kings were either dead or under Yixian's control. If the Underground Corpse King was added to the mix, the Corpse King Palace's combat strength would be nothing compared to the sect of the God of Ghost. How we actually forgot this point. Including the Scarlet Blood Corpse King, there are only 5 Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. The sect of the God of Ghosts founders suddenly laughed. The Corpse King Palace had 5 Corpse Kings, but the sect of the God of Ghost had 14 ghost spirit ancestors. Although they couldn't break through the blood poison plague's area, Yixian had the Eye of the Void. As long as Yixian broke through the void, they could all kill their way to the Corpse King Palace. 14 Manifestation Realm Ghost Spirit Ancestors were enough to crush the 5 Corpse Kings, including the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. Even if the Corpse King Palace still had hidden Corpse Kings, they wouldn't be able to defeat the sect of the God of Ghost. In fact, even Xianxia forgot that he could use the Eye of the Void to go straight to the enemy's nest. Alright, then we will kill our way into the Corpse King Palace together. But I have a request. You just need to delay them. I must be the one to kill them. Xianxia said directly. His chain random mission was to destroy the Corpse King Palace, but this mission was a little vague. What would be considered as destroying the Corpse King Palace? Kill the Corpse King Palace Master? Or destroy the entire Corpse King Palace? Therefore, Xianxia's goal was to kill the Corpse King Palace Master, which was the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. Then he would destroy the entire Corpse King Palace. That should be enough to complete the chain random mission. Kill. The sect of the God of Ghosts founder, Gui, didn't know what Xianxia wanted to do, but it was a small matter. If that's the case, then let's kill our way in today. The sect of the God of Ghosts founder was burning with anxiety. He immediately summoned the Ghost Spirit Ancestors. This time, he wanted to kill his way in personally. At the same time, there were 9 Ghost Spirit Ancestors, including Yu. 10 Ghost Spirit Ancestors, plus Xianxia and Luo. The Corpse King Palace must be destroyed this time. After the sect of the God of Ghosts founder and the others finished their preparations, Xianxia broke through the void and arrived at the place where he subdued the Corpse Elder. Chapter 1081. Let's go! Without hesitation, Xianxia led the group of experts to the Corpse King Palace. 10 minutes later, the Ghost Spirit Patriarchs looked at the incomparably eerie hall in front of them, and all of them revealed ominous glints. Corpse King Palace, today will be the day of your destruction. The ancestor of the God of Ghost sect, Gihi, turned into a gust of wind and swept toward the Corpse King Palace. At the same time, the Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace also sensed the 10 auras of the Manifestation Realm. Not good. A red-haired man in the depths of the Corpse King Palace suddenly opened his eyes. He had the same bloody eyes as the Ghost Spirit Ancestor. He was the current Palace Master of the Corpse King Palace, the Crimson Blood Corpse King. When the 10 powerful auras of the ancestor of the God of Ghosts sect gathered together, they could be sensed even from far away. The Crimson Blood Corpse King couldn't figure out where the 10 auras came from. Are they from the God of Ghost sect? The Crimson Blood Corpse King frowned, but in the next moment, he denied himself. No, that's impossible. The blood poison plague has surrounded the entire Corpse King Palace and occupied a large part of the God of Ghost sect's territory. They can't come here. Since it wasn't the Ghost Spirit Ancestor of the God of Ghost sect, who could it be? The Crimson Blood Corpse King gave up on guessing and left in a flash. At the same time, the other Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace gathered together. Now, there were 7 Corpse Kings in the sky above the Corpse King Palace, including the Crimson Blood Corpse King. The Chain Corpse King, the Green Corpse King, and the Violent Bear Corpse King that were originally in charge of the Corpse King Hall had all been killed by Xianxia, so there were only 5 left. It seemed that there were 2 more hidden Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. Crimson Blood, what's going on? A one-eyed old man immediately asked. I'm not sure. Could it be the experts of the 8 families in the north? The Crimson Blood Corpse King immediately shook his head. 8 families? Impossible. How could 10 Manifestation Realm experts come at once? If they wanted to destroy the Corpse King Palace, they wouldn't need so many people. The one-eyed old man's heart trembled. The Corpse King Palace and the sect of the God of Ghost were indeed the overlords of the land of the dead. However, there was a teleportation formation north of the land of the dead. Beside the teleportation formation were 8 great clans. Any one of them could easily sweep through the entire land of the dead. The people in the land of the dead were afraid of this, so they didn't dare to expand the territory of the land of the dead for fear of angering the 8 families. It had already been over 1,000 years, and nothing had happened to them. The 8 great clans should not care about them. However, just as these Corpse Kings were discussing, the 10 Manifestation Realm experts had already arrived at the entrance of the Corpse King Palace. When the Crimson Blood Corpse King and the others saw the newcomer, they couldn't help but tremble. How is that possible? The Crimson Blood Corpse King and the others cried out in alarm, because they saw that it was Gui Ling, the old ancestor of the Ghost God sect. Crimson Blood Corpse King, you didn't expect this, right? The ancestor of the God of Ghost sect, Gihi, took a step forward and said, "You didn't expect us to come, did you?" Hearing this, the 7 Corpse Kings of the Corpse King Palace and all the Corpse King Palace experts under them silently agreed. Who would have thought that the old ancestor of the Ghost God sect would actually cross the blood poison plague area and directly come to the Corpse King Palace? Impossible, how did you come here? The Crimson Blood Corpse King had a look of disbelief. Do you think the blood poison plague can trap us? Guihe sneered and said, "Let's cut the crap. Today is the day of your Corpse King Palace's destruction." With just you? The one-eyed old man said disdainfully. From the current situation, the Corpse King Palace was at a disadvantage. After all, they only had 7 Corpse Kings. On the other hand, the sect of the God of Ghost had 10 old ancestors of Gui Ling, plus Yi Xian and Luo Luo who was still in the physical space. After taking control of the Crimson Blood Corpse King, Yi Xian actually found out that there were 2 more hidden Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace, and one of them was this one-eyed Corpse King. However, it seemed that these Corpse Kings still had a trump card. Could it be that you have other trump cards? Guihe narrowed his eyes. Even if you come out in full force, don't even think about destroying my Corpse King Palace. The Crimson Blood Corpse King sneered. In the next moment, he took out several blood corpses from his interspatial ring. Don't forget that the Corpse King Palace could control corpses, even if they were corpses themselves. Not good. Guihe's expression changed when he saw these blood corpses. The Crimson Blood Corpse King wanted to infect the Corpse King Palace with the blood poison plague. After all, the blood poison plague was only harmful to ghost spirits. In an instant, the 9 old ancestors of Gui Ling and Yu Yu attacked at the same time. Not only that, but Yi Xian also did the same. If the blood poison plague spreads, I will have to deal with these Corpse Kings alone, Yi Xian said in his heart. Even if he used the innumerable swords, facing 7 Corpse Kings at once was still very stressful, so he needed to borrow the power of the sect of the God of Ghost. At that moment, he looked around and directly used the Eye of Illusion on the 7 Corpse Kings. These 7 Corpse Kings were all in the first level of the manifestation realm, so they were instantly affected, but 3 of them immediately broke out of the illusion. Crimson Blood Corpse King, One-Eyed Corpse King, Bramble Corpse King. Yi Xian immediately recognized them. These 3 were the strongest in the Corpse King Palace, and they were ranked first. As for the other 4, they were directly surrounded by Guihe and the other old ancestors of Gui Ling. At the same time, Yi Xian also directly used the burning eyes on the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Who is using a mental attack on me? The Crimson Blood Corpse King didn't understand the situation. With his cultivation level, he actually didn't notice who was attacking him. However, in this situation he didn't have time to care so much, so he immediately threw out more than 10 blood corpses. After these blood corpses fell to the ground, they exploded and turned into pools of blood. Then, the blood quickly spread, and in the blink of an eye, half of the Corpse King Palace was surrounded. Sizzle! The blood poison plague began to emit red mist. Seeing this, the old ancestors of Gui Ling changed their expressions. They all knew how powerful the blood poison plague was. Even if they were surrounded by the red mist, their souls would be scattered. Let's end this quickly, everyone thought in their hearts. At the same time, Yi Xian also continuously used the burning eyes and the eyes of illusion, and he was already wearing the brilliant golden armor. Overlord's boundless sword, shake for me! Yi Xian shouted in his heart, and the giant golden sword in his hand slashed down with a loud bang. The attack range of his attack enveloped the Crimson Blood Corpse King, One-Eyed Corpse King, and Bramble Corpse King. Rumble! The golden sword fell with a loud bang, shaking the red mist on the ground, and the powerful impact was also applied to the Corpse Kings. Chapter 1082. A good chance. Taking advantage of the fact that the opponent was stunned after the successful sneak attack, Yi Xian used the burning eye on the Crimson Blood Corpse King once again, followed by the Eye of Control. Ding! Control failed. the system notification rang out. The Crimson Blood Corpse King was the #1 Corpse King in the Corpse King Palace. Its realm was extremely close to the second level of the Manifestation Realm. However, as long as it was still in the first level of the Manifestation Realm, it could only end up as Yi Xian's servant. Eye of Control. Ding. Control succeeded. Another system notification rang out. This time, the Crimson Blood Corpse King was successfully controlled by Yi Xian. Although the blood corpses that were thrown out by the Crimson Blood Corpse King had already spread the blood poison plague, it would not continue to spread. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the Crimson Blood Corpse King. At the same time, he also released Luo from the physical space. It's finally my turn. Hundredfold Demon Fox Clone. After Luo appeared, she split into 100 clones. Among the 100 clones, 40 of them were true Qi clones and her original body. There were so many Luoyuos and all of them were holding onto a chain that was emitting lightning. This was the 100-fold Iron Chain Corpse King's chain. At this moment, Luo suddenly threw the chain in her hand. 100-fold shackles. Hundreds of chains flew towards the nearest one-eyed Corpse King, including the 100-fold iron chain that Luo's original body was holding. What? 100-fold iron chain? The one-eyed Corpse King jumped in fright and hurriedly dodged. The hundreds of 100-fold iron chains had frightened him, but he immediately reacted. There were definitely many illusions within. Indeed, even Luo's 40 true Qi clones were holding onto 100-fold iron chains, but they were only formed from true Qi. The real 100-fold iron chain was only the one in Luo's hand, but it was thrown out now. You want to leave? Just as the one-eyed Corpse King was dodging the attack, 2 large golden hands suddenly appeared. He dodged one but was caught by the other. Divine ability! The one-eyed Corpse King's face changed once again. Even the Corpse King Palace didn't have a divine ability, but this brat at 9th grade Spirit Disaster actually knew one? After being caught by the golden dragon capturing hand, Luo controlled the true energy chains to bind him. At the same time, she also controlled the true energy chains to bind him. In terms of restricting abilities, Yi Xian's golden dragon capturing hands was actually inferior to Luo's 100-layered shackles. After all, Yi Xian was not in the manifestation realm and could not unleash the true power of his divine ability. Seeing the one-eyed Corpse King being chained up and being electrocuted by the Baijin iron chain, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he immediately threw a punch at it. Ghost God Fist. One-eyed Corpse King die. This punch was enough to kill anyone in the land of the dead. Even the one-eyed Corpse King hidden in the Corpse King Palace wouldn't be able to withstand it. Bang! After a rumbling sound, the one-eyed Corpse King was directly blasted to pieces and died. Now, of the 7 Corpse Kings, only 5 were left. The strongest one was the Bramble Corpse King. Go! After the Bramble Corpse King saw how powerful Yi Xian was, he knew that the Corpse King Palace was finished. Therefore, he immediately dived into the blood poison plague. However, this blood poison plague had no effect on Yi Xian. The Crimson Blood Corpse King is already under my control. Luo, you and him kill the remaining 4. Yi Xian shouted and rushed towards the Bramble Corpse King. The other 4 Corpse Kings were not bad, but they were surrounded by 10 Ghost Spirit Ancestor. Now, with the addition of the Crimson Blood Corpse King and Luo, they couldn't escape even if they grew hairy legs. The Bramble Corpse King was originally a little far from the battlefield, so Yi Xian immediately landed on the ground and madly chased after him. A second later, Yi Xian caught up to him. I know you've already died once, so I'll ask you to die again. Yi Xian stretched out his left hand and used the golden dragon catcher hand. However, just as this hand was about to grab the Bramble Corpse King, a hand covered in livor mortis suddenly appeared under the Corpse King's feet and directly dragged him into the ground. Huh! Yi Xian was shocked, he didn't know what happened. But in the next moment, he immediately reacted. The hand that dragged the Bramble Corpse King into the ground just now exuded an aura no weaker than the Bramble Corpse King. Digger Corpse King? Yi Xian frowned, this possibility flashed in his mind. No wonder he couldn't find the Digger Corpse King before. It turned out that he returned to the Corpse King Palace. Now that he saw the Corpse King Palace in trouble, he decided to help. So what if the Digger Corpse King is here? I am not afraid of 7 of you. Why would I be afraid of you guys joining hands? Yi Xian stared with wide eyes. He jumped high and punched down. Ghost God Fist. Boom! The ground cracked. The entire Corpse King Palace seemed to tremble. However, the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King were nowhere to be seen. This Digger Corpse King's digging speed is quite fast. Wei Zhentian, chase. Yi Xian immediately threw out the heaven-shaking sword. In the next moment, it turned into a drilling machine and directly sank into the ground. In terms of drilling speed, Wei Zhentian was not inferior to the Digger Corpse King at all. However, Yi Xian didn't follow him down. He relied on his connection with Wei Zhentian to follow him on the ground. It's going down? Yi Xian's footsteps paused. He felt Wei Zhentian going deeper and deeper into the ground. At this time, he glanced back and found that Luo Luo and the Crimson Blood Corpse King had already dealt with the remaining 4 Corpse Kings. After all, they had the help of Yu Yu and Gui He. Luo Luo was Yi Xian's slave, and the Crimson Blood Corpse King was controlled by Yi Xian, so they could represent Yi Xian. Now, only the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King were left in the entire Corpse King Palace. The system notification didn't sound. This means that we have to kill the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King, or destroy the entire Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He turned around and looked around. The Corpse King Palace, one of the 2 overlords of the land of the dead, had many disciples, but when the one-eyed Corpse King died, they all scattered. There was no one left in the Corpse King Palace. Young master, they're all done. Luo Luo's voice sounded in his mind. Very good, come and set up a defense. We must find the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King. Yi Xian nodded in response. Wei Zhentian was still following them. These 2 Corpse Kings were the key to whether they could complete the chain random mission. However, he soon found out that the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King weren't the final targets of the chain random mission. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise sounded. It alarmed Yi Xian and the others. The entire Corpse King Palace began to tremble. What's going on? Yu Yu and the others didn't understand the situation. They began to look around. Chapter 1083. When Yi Xian saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown because he had seen a similar scene in the Blood Cloud sect. What's under the Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian hurriedly shouted at the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Immortal Corpse King. The Crimson Blood Corpse King answered directly. What? Immortal Corpse King? Why is there another Corpse King in your Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian shuddered after hearing this. 4 of the 5 Corpse Kings outside had already been killed by him. Originally, there were 8 Corpse Kings guarding the Corpse King Palace. Now, there were 2 more hidden Corpse Kings, making a total of 10. In total, there were 15 Corpse Kings. This was what Yi Xian learned from the Crimson Blood Corpse King. But now, why was there another Immortal Corpse King? Only me, the Cyclops Corpse King, and the Burrowing Corpse King know about the Immortal Corpse King. Now, the Extremist Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King must have awakened the Immortal Corpse King. The Crimson Blood Corpse King explained. What did you say? Immortal Corpse King? At this time, Gui He suddenly rushed over and asked in shock. Yes, the first Corpse King Palace Master. The Crimson Blood Corpse King nodded. Now, Yi Xian understood who the Immortal Corpse King was. But after the Ghost God Sect's Patriarch He heard this, he felt it was inconceivable. Impossible. The Immortal Corpse King was dismembered by the 8 Families Manifestation Realm experts hundreds of years ago. How could he not die? Gui He said in shock. We died once. Even if we were dismembered, as long as we reassemble, we still have a chance of resurrection. However, the Immortal Corpse King's soul has been wiped out, leaving only his body. After we reassembled his body, we couldn't control him, so we sealed him. After the Crimson Blood Corpse King finished speaking, a figure suddenly rushed out from the ground. It was a bald man with dark skin and bare arms. There was a large liver mortis spot on his neck. Not only that, his limbs had traces of being sewn. His aura was even stronger than the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Clearly, he was the Immortal Corpse King. So disgusting, there are maggots in his mouth. Yi Xian subconsciously hid behind Yi Xian. The immortal corpse king's soul had already been obliterated, leaving behind only a shell. But his aura was incomparably powerful. Wei Zhentian is broken? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly realized that Wei Zhentian, who was tailing the excavating corpse king, had actually died. At the same time, there were black bloodstains on the hands of this undying corpse king. It seemed to be the blood of burrowing corpse king or bramble corpse king. In addition, the chain of random quests had also changed. The requirement to destroy Corpse King Palace is to kill an immortal Corpse King. With the appearance of the immortal Corpse King, the chain of random quests had been refreshed. Now, Yi Xian finally knew how to complete the quests. So it was just to kill you? I thought you were going to tear down the entire Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and gazed at the terrifying immortal corpse monarch. In just a few seconds, this immortal corpse monarch had actually broken Wei Zhentian. The excavating corpse king and bramble corpse king had probably suffered as well. This immortal corpse monarch's level had probably reached the second level of the manifestation realm. We originally wanted to revive the immortal corpse monarch, but we didn't succeed. That's why he's the same as the ghost spirits, only knowing how to kill. The reason why he's so powerful is because we sealed him in the corpse dissolving pool for hundreds of years. The Crimson Blood Corpse King on the side reminded. The corpse dissolving pool was a secret of the Corpse King Palace. Only the Crimson Blood Corpse King, the Cyclops Corpse King, and the Excavating Corpse King knew about it. These Corpse Kings relied on the corpse dissolving pool to maintain the strength of their bodies and prevent them from deteriorating. However, the corpse dissolving pool's water would harm the soul, so even the Crimson Blood Corpse King only used a little every month. If he was allowed to soak in the corpse dissolving pool, his soul would probably dissipate in 2 days. Coincidentally, the immortal corpse monarch had died twice, so his soul was long gone. Soaking in the pool for hundreds of years was as good as dying. Everyone looked at the immortal corpse monarch in fear, but they didn't see the immortal corpse monarch making any moves. What's going on? Why isn't he making a move? A ghost spirit ancestor asked in astonishment. The immortal corpse monarch was a little strange. Ever since he appeared, he had been looking at them in a daze. Could it be that he was afraid? Impossible, because everyone present could feel his powerful aura. He was at least at the second level of the manifestation realm, or even the third level of the manifestation realm. Just as the crowd was feeling surprised, they saw some broken limbs flying out from the ground. The Corpse King Palace had been established for thousands of years, so there were many corpses below. However, why would these severed limbs appear? Next, they were shocked. They saw the rotting severed limbs suddenly begin to reassemble, and then formed corpses. What kind of technique is this? Could it be that after soaking in the corpse dissolving pool for hundreds of years, it underwent a mutation? Even the Crimson Blood Corpse King couldn't understand. However, his expression changed drastically as he said, "Master, my Corpse King Palace was established in the Corpse Pit. In addition, there were countless corpses buried in the Corpse King Cemetery behind the Corpse King Palace for thousands of years." Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Corpse Pit, Corpse King Cemetery? He immediately reacted. If this immortal corpse monarch that soaked in the corpse dissolving pool for hundreds of years underwent a mutation and had the ability to reassemble severed limbs, then what they would have to face next would be an army of thousands of corpses. Don't let him succeed. Go. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice. Originally, he wanted to see what the immortal corpse monarch wanted to do. Since he already knew, then what was he waiting for? Myriad swords return. In an instant, Yi Xian directly used his trump card. Wei Zhentian, who had just died, appeared again and then transformed into thousands of bodies. Luo Yu, the Crimson Blood Corpse King, and the 9 ghost spirit ancestors all moved out together. This immortal corpse monarch was at least at the second level of the manifestation realm, or even the third level, so it couldn't be underestimated. Tisk. The immortal corpse monarch suddenly revealed a smile to everyone, and then quickly retreated. What? Escaped? Everyone was shocked. Didn't they say that the immortal corpse monarch's soul had been wiped out, and it had become a walking corpse? Could it be that after soaking in the corpse dissolving pool for hundreds of years, Other than gaining the ability to reassemble severed limbs, it also grew a new consciousness? You're my mission monster. How can you just run away like that? Looking at the immortal corpse monarch that was retreating rapidly, Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately controlled thousands of skyquake swords to attack the immortal corpse monarch. He estimated that the immortal corpse monarch hadn't reached the third level of the manifestation realm, and was only at the second level of the manifestation realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to escape. Everyone else guessed this as well. Rumble. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Yi Xian hastily scanned with the Eye of Revelation and discovered that a large number of figures were rushing over from behind the Corpse King Palace. Chapter 1084. Even Yi Xian's heart palpitated at the sight of this army of corpses. Their combined might even surpass that of the immortal Corpse King. Once a member of the Corpse King Palace died, they would be refined into battle corpses. However, the refinement of battle corpses wasn't a 100% success rate. Once they failed, they would be buried in the Corpse King graveyard. After 1,000 years, who knew how many corpses had accumulated? A large wave of corpses was controlled by the immortal Corpse King. Below their feet was the mass grave that was built before the Corpse King Palace was built. Severed limbs were constantly flying out and reassembling. These reassembled corpses all carried the blood poison plague. Therefore, the sect of the God of Ghost was in a dilemma. Crimson Blood Corpse King, can you neutralize this blood poison plague? Yi Xian hurriedly turned his head and asked. No, I haven't refined the antidote yet. Crimson Blood Corpse King shook his head and replied. At this time, the blood poison plague had already submerged the entire Corpse King Palace. The ghost spirit ancestor could only fly high in the sky and use his attacks to disperse the blood poison plague. However, after the severed limbs flew out from the ground and reassembled, their bodies were more or less mixed with the blood mist. Their attacks were fatal to the ghost spirit ancestor. After these corpses crawled out, they rushed towards the ghost spirit ancestor. The ghost spirit ancestor could only repel them one by one. There are at least 30,000 of them. If they all surround me, I'll be fine, but you and the others will be in trouble. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately broke through the void. At the same time, he said to Yu and the others behind him, now that the Corpse King Palace is destroyed, you all go back first. I will deal with the immortal Corpse King. Apart from the immortal Corpse King Palace, there were 15 other Corpse Kings. Among them, the Crimson Blood Corpse King, Crimson Flame Corpse King, and White Bone Corpse King were subdued by Yi Xian. The rest were dead, so the Corpse King Palace could be considered destroyed. Thinking of this, the ghost spirit ancestor nodded and said, Then be careful, little brother Yi. That immortal Corpse King doesn't seem to be simple. The Corpse King Palace was already covered by the blood poison plague, and it was still spreading. They could only watch from the sky, so it was better to go back. After Yu nodded, she followed Gui He and the others through the void gate. Swish! The void door closed. At this moment, only Yi Xian, Luo, and the Crimson Blood Corpse King remained. As for the Corpse King Palace's disciples and elders, they had long since fled. Luo hurriedly passed the universe rings of the other Corpse Kings to Yi Xian. The latter quickly devoured the items inside and said, Chase! The undying Corpse King's speed was very fast, so Wei Zhentian was following him. However, there were a large number of reborn corpses in front of him. If he wanted to chase after them, he had to break through a gap. Master, leave these to me. The Crimson Blood Corpse King looked at the large army in front of him and shouted in a low voice, then suddenly attacked. Scarlet Blood Tornado. In an instant, the Crimson Blood Corpse King used his special skill. This was an extremely strong red tornado, and the three of them were right in the eye of the tornado. Therefore, the reconstituted corpses that rushed towards them would be crushed into pieces by the bloody tornado. However, these shattered corpses would be reformed by the immortal Corpse Kings. What the hell happened to this undying Corpse King? How did it become so powerful? Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. With the help of the bloody tornado, the corpses couldn't stop Yi Xian's group at all. They quickly followed Wei Zhentian. The undying Corpse King's speed was extremely fast. If Yi Xian ran at full speed, he would be able to catch up. However, there were a large number of corpses blocking the way, so he had to slow down. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood the importance of this matter. If the Undying Corpse King wasn't eliminated, there would be countless corpses wherever he ran. The land of the dead had been around for more than 1,000 years. Countless people had died there. If all of them were revived, then it would be a zombie world war. Most importantly, these corpses would affect the surroundings after they went out of control. If a large number of corpses left the land of the dead, it would definitely attract the attention of the 8 great families in the north. At that time, the land of the dead would be destroyed. While they were chasing the Undying Corpse King, Luo Luo suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Young master, I know what happened to the Undying Corpse King." What? Yi Xian turned his head and asked. "There's a description in my inherited memories. The Undying Corpse King should have given birth to the will of death. There are strong and weak wills of death. The weak ones are like the Undying Corpse King, while the strong ones can revive the dead." Luo Luo hurriedly explained. Revive the dead? Hearing this, Yi Xian and the Crimson Blood Corpse King were shocked. The latter was a corpse king himself, but even he had never heard of the will of death. Yes, a strong will of death can revive the dead. It's an existence similar to the Undying Corpse King. They have the memories of their previous life and can also increase their strength. Luo Luo nodded. It seems that the will of death has exceeded my knowledge. No matter what, this Undying Corpse King must be eliminated. Otherwise, the land of the dead will be in chaos. Yi Xian didn't ask too much. They would deal with the Undying Corpse King first. However, the Undying Corpse King's speed wasn't something they could catch up with. They could only follow it. Soon, the myriad returning swords' duration was over. The sky-shaking swords immediately dissipated and Wei Zhentian returned to Yi Xian's side. Wei Zhentian, follow it underground. Luo Luo, Crimson Blood Corpse King, flank it. Yi Xian immediately ordered. As for himself, he naturally chased the Undying Corpse King in a straight line. As long as the Undying Corpse King deviated from its route, Luo Luo and Crimson Blood Corpse King could catch up with it and then try to intercept it. The Undying Corpse King's will of death was randomly released. Along the way, countless severed limbs swept out from the ground and then reformed into corpses to attack Yi Xian and the others. If it ran around the land of the dead, everyone in the land of the dead would probably die. Yi Xian regretted. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have waited to see what the Undying Corpse King wanted to do. He would have directly trapped it with the spiritual sword array and then beaten it up. This would have saved him a lot of trouble and also allowed him to complete the chain random mission. It was a pity that curiosity led to a disaster. Young master, I have a way to quickly catch up to it. At this time, Luo Luo suddenly said in Yi Xian's mind. What is it? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Transform and then continuously use Fox Demon Flash. However, I estimate that it can only delay him for 1 or 2 seconds. Luo Luo replied. Yi Xian understood. Luo Luo's transformation was to use the tuft of golden tail hair. However, every transformation would consume the golden tail hair. This tuft of golden tail hair was related to Luo Luo's bloodline, so he hadn't allowed Luo Luo to use it recently. If she wanted to use it, she had to obtain his permission first. Chapter 1085. Alright, be careful, lass. Yi Xian nodded in reply. After receiving the approval, Luolua's hair instantly turned golden. In the next moment, she turned into a golden bolt of lightning and charged towards the Immortal Corpse King. The fleeing Immortal Corpse King turned around and revealed a strange expression. Previously, he saw so many ghost spirit ancestors and knew that he couldn't win, so he fled. But now, there was only Yi Xian and the other two. What was there to be afraid of? One had to know that the one chasing after him was the Scarlet Blood Corpse King, while Yi Xian and Luo Luo were only at 9th grade spirit disaster. Die! The Immortal Corpse King spoke and charged towards Luo Luo. You finally turned around. See if I don't kill you. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He felt that it was normal for the Immortal Corpse King to speak. The will in the Immortal Corpse King's head wasn't the first Corpse King Palace Masters, but a new will of death. In an instant, Luo came into contact with the immortal corpse king. Demon Fox Flash. Luo turned into a golden bolt of lightning and swept past the immortal corpse king. Then an arm flew up. After transforming, Luo's speed was off the charts. The immortal corpse king could only barely defend, otherwise, it would have been his head that flew up. Luo originally wanted to intercept the immortal corpse king, but she didn't expect the immortal corpse king to turn around and kill them. Hence, there was no need to maintain her transformation. Luo hurriedly deactivated her transformation and fought with the immortal corpse king. At the same time, Xian and the Scarlet Blood Corpse King also rushed over. Scarlet Blood, clean up the surrounding corpses. Xian ordered the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. The immortal Corpse King's Will of Death seemed to be a passive ability. Wherever it went, there would be corpses regenerating. Although it wasn't a threat to Xian hated being disturbed during battle. Immortal Corpse King, die a third time. Xian roared. At this moment, the effects of Eye of Glory had already disappeared. However, as his level increased, so did his eye power. Thus, he used Eye of Glory once more. Golden hair, golden eyes, and golden armor appeared. Xian faced the immortal corpse king and reached out with both hands. Golden dragon capturing hands. However, this immortal corpse king's strength was formidable. It actually directly punched the golden dragon capturing hand, blasting through it. As for the other golden dragon capturing hand, it missed. If you aren't in the manifestation realm, you won't be able to unleash the true power of the divine ability. Why don't you try this move again? Xian suddenly summoned 3 9th-grade spirit disaster ghosts and refined them. Phantom Transformation. The Ghost God Transformation was only a pseudo-divine ability. At Xian's level, he could fully unleash its effects. After his aura skyrocketed, he attacked the immortal Corpse King again. Ghost God Fist. The undying Corpse King was still fearless, unexpectedly charging forward again. Bang! Shockwaves rolled out. Xian's strongest attack was actually dispersed by the immortal Corpse King. How is this possible? Xian was shocked. No one in the land of the dead could withstand his punch. Even the founder of the Ghost God sect, Gui He, and the Crimson Blood Corpse King couldn't. However, it was actually defeated by the immortal Corpse King. Sure enough, this guy had some skills. The immortal Corpse King's punch just now wasn't an ordinary attack. It had a hint of the disintegration eye. Xian squinted his eyes. However, he quickly calmed down because this immortal Corpse King had given birth to the will of death. When mentioning death, it was inevitable to associate it with decaying, withering, and disintegration. It was reasonable for the immortal Corpse King's attack to have such effects. You know it, so do I. Xian blasted out another Ghost God Fist. At the same time, his golden eyes immediately added 2 disintegration rays. Facing the second Ghost God Fist, the immortal Corpse King still had the same attitude. Fight. Bang. The Ghost God Fist was once again dispersed by the immortal Corpse King. However, this time, he neglected the disintegration rays. ZZ. The disintegration rays landed on the immortal Corpse King's fist. The flesh was instantly disintegrated. However, the effect of the disintegration rays was a little out of Xian's expectations. The immortal Corpse King's fist was only disintegrated into a small hole. However, Xian wasn't fighting the immortal Corpse King alone. It was 2 against 1. Demon Fox Flash. Luo transformed again and directly swept past the immortal Corpse King. Swish. Another arm was thrown up. Now, both of the immortal Corpse King's arms were flying. You're still not dead? Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. However, in the next moment, he saw the severed arms suddenly reattach. Not only that, but the severed arm that Luo cut off the first time was the same. Damn! Xian cursed. He didn't expect the immortal Corpse King's will of death to be able to reassemble itself. This was out of Xian's expectations. I'm going to explode you. Let's see how you're going to reassemble. Taking advantage of this time, Xian stretched out his hands again. 2 golden dragon catching hands directly grabbed the immortal Corpse King. The golden true energy began to burn the immortal Corpse King's body. The immortal corpse king was controlled and couldn't move. 1,000-year-old monster, go to hell. Luo Luo frowned. She transformed into a golden flash again and swept past the immortal corpse king. Swish. This time, it wasn't the arm that flew up. Instead, it was the immortal corpse king's head. Even the crimson blood corpse king would die if its head was cut off. However, Xian clearly felt that the immortal corpse king wasn't dead. Not dead? Watch how I explode your head. Xian punched out again. He was prepared to kill the immortal corpse king in one hit and complete the chain mission. Whoosh whoosh. The fist wind whistled. The ghost god fist hit the immortal corpse king's head and instantly exploded it. It's finally dead. After seeing this scene, Xian breathed a sigh of relief. After going through so much, he finally completed this damn chain mission. Ding! The host has completed the chain mission. The reward is the Heavenly Eye bloodline evolution. The system prompted. The evolution of the Heavenly Eye bloodline was equivalent to obtaining a devouring point. This made Xian very satisfied. Now, he could control 25 people with the Eye of Control. However, even if the immortal corpse king was dead, the reassembled corpses around it still hadn't fallen. Hence, Xian still needed to clean up these walking corpses. However, at this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was a strange white fog at the place where the immortal corpse king's head exploded. Is this the death intent? Xian raised his eyebrows. This thought flashed through his mind. Just as he was about to collect the will of death and check it out, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Chapter 1086. The pupil of this huge eye was a sinister white. Xian only glanced at it and his heart turned cold. What the F***ck is this? Xian was so scared that his heart was beating rapidly. His breathing was rapid, as if he was about to suffocate. Following the appearance of this huge eye, the surroundings quietened down. The walking corpses stopped moving. Even Xian and the other two were unable to move. What the hell is this? Xian was shocked. At this moment, not only was his body unable to move, an unprecedented sense of danger rose in his heart. He once again felt the aura of death. His entire body was creeped out, his hair stood on end, and he couldn't stop trembling. What exactly is this huge eye? How can it suppress the three of them and the hundreds of walking corpses around them? Just as Xian and the other two were in shock, the will of death suddenly rose in spirals and was absorbed by the huge eye in the sky. The will of death has been absorbed? Xian widened his eyes and watched as the will of death was absorbed by the huge eye. However, what he didn't notice was that the walking corpses around them were rapidly becoming stronger. At this moment, swoosh! The huge eye suddenly turned and its attention seemed to fall on Xian. What an annoying life aura! An old and drawn-out voice fell into Xian and Luo Luo's ears. In the next moment, Xian saw his body wither away like sand. Am I going to die? Xian muttered in his heart. Young master, Luo Luo saw Xian's body being blown away and hurriedly shouted. However, under the deterrence of this huge eye, she couldn't even open her mouth to speak. She could only transmit her voice through the air. Xian's heart was crumbling. He didn't expect his original body and doppelganger to die in such a situation. In this situation, even if he had the Eye of Eternity, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Most importantly, he didn't know who killed him. What exactly was this huge eye? Xian had already closed his eyes in despair. Fortunately, even though he couldn't move his body, he was still able to put Luo Luo back into his storage space. Far away in the eastern continent of the Bloodstone continent, there was still a second clone. At worst, he could just make a comeback. However, Xian did not feel good about the feeling of his body withering away. Because he actually didn't feel any pain, and there wasn't even any blood. It was as if he was in a dream. However, this wasn't a dream, but reality. In the blink of an eye, Xian's body was eroded to the point where only his head was left. If it was a normal person, they would have already died. Ding! The Crimson Blood Corpse King is out of control. The system notification sounded. This giant eye allowed the Crimson Blood Corpse King to grow stronger, to the point where it could break free from Xian's control. This situation was simply adding insult to injury. However, at this critical juncture, a voice suddenly rang out. Swish! Suddenly, a powerful aura swept over. The giant eye in the sky turned, and the decomposition of Yi Xian's body immediately stopped. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He hurriedly scanned with the eye of revelation, but he could only see a dazzling golden light. Just as he was wondering what the hell this golden light was, the giant eye in the sky suddenly trembled and directly retreated into the crack. Then the crack rapidly closed. The sky returned to normal. Yi Xian didn't know what was going on, but with the disappearance of the giant eye, the suppressed bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body began to work again and began to reconstruct his body. What's going on? Yi Xian was confused. At this moment, only he and the Crimson Blood Corpse King were still alive, as well as that golden light. Brat, how dare you control me? Go to hell. While Yi Xian was still reconstructing his body, the Crimson Blood Corpse King suddenly roared and charged toward Yi Xian. The Crimson Blood Corpse King broke free of control, and its aura even surpassed that of the Immortal Corpse King from before. F***CK one wave after another? Yi Xian was scared witless. The giant eye had just left, and the Crimson Blood Corpse King was already taking revenge. This was really F***ket up. However, at this moment, whoosh whoosh, a gust of wind whistled and a golden light flashed, directly entering the Crimson Blood Corpse King's body. In the next moment, the Crimson Blood Corpse King directly evaporated and died. F***ck. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He turned his head and found that the golden light was gradually dimming. The golden light faded, and finally, a mini beast entered Yi Xian's eyes. This little beast had platinum scales, horns, and claws, but it was still smaller than Luo Luo. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and found that this little beast was actually a sky dragon. However, wasn't this sky dragon a little too obsessed with you? Not only was it mini, but why was it a little fat? Why is it a human? The little sky dragon suddenly opened its mouth. Its voice was very tender, as clear as a 3-year-old baby's. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. At this time, he had just recovered his upper body. He hurriedly cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life." "Senior, your head? Call me the super invincible handsome dragon." The little sky dragon corrected. Thank you, super invincible handsome dragon senior," Yi Xian said again. However, as soon as he finished speaking, 2 words flashed through his mind. What a joke. No matter what this little sky dragon was like, Yi Xian knew that it saved him today, so naturally, he couldn't say this out loud. The little sky dragon suddenly rushed over and stopped in front of Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian felt that this little sky dragon had a very familiar aura. Did you feel it? Have you seen that girl Luli before? The mini sky dragon suddenly asked. Luli. This name was naturally familiar to Yi Xian. Senior, are you talking about Fairy Luli? Yi Xian said subconsciously. Unexpectedly, before his voice fell, the mini sky dragon shouted angrily, "Fairy my head, this stinky shameless thing, how dare she call herself a fairy? Back then, she beat me back to my original form, thinking that she could tame me. As soon as I broke out of the egg, she disappeared without a trace." Beat you back to your original form? Tame you? When Yi Xian heard this, he instantly reacted. Could this mini sky dragon be the big egg in the Luli dreamland? He remembered that Fairy Luli used the fountain of youth in exchange for his blood, and then watered it on the big egg. No wonder he felt that this mini sky dragon had a familiar aura, so it was because of this. That little girl Luli beat me back to my original form, causing me to have to cultivate again. In the future, if I catch her, I must find 100 men and watch her being F***ket 100 times by each man. The mini sky dragon suddenly bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and couldn't help but curse loudly. Chapter 1087. 100 men, each one 100 times. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. It seems that this mini sky dragon has a huge hatred for Fairy Luli. It actually wants to rape her 10,000 times. It's really too scary. Yi Xian's intuition told him that in this case, he has 2 choices. First, he could remain silent and let the mini sky dragon curse by itself. However, this mini sky dragon and Fairy Lu Li had a huge grudge against each other. If he just sat there and did nothing, perhaps he would be spat to death by the mini sky dragon. Second, of course, is to curse that Fairy Lu Li together with the mini sky dragon. This way he may get a reward. Yes, 100 times, 100 times. Yi Xian hurriedly agreed. Although he felt a little sorry for Fairy Lu Li, Yi Xian still did so. Anyway, Fairy Lu Li can't hear it. You little brat, you're to my liking. Come, curse that bitch together. I'll give you a bottle for each curse. After the mini sky dragon finished speaking, it took out a jade bottle from somewhere and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the jade bottle and opened it. Damn, the best quality immortal spring wine? Super invincible handsome senior dragon. Don't worry, I'll definitely curse her until the sky turns dark and the sea dries up. Yi Xian's cheap nature was exposed in an instant. Without thinking, he began to curse. A bottle of the best quality immortal spring wine, that is, 10 years of lifespan. There was actually such a good thing in the world. Yi Xian wondered if he was dreaming. Curse for me, I have a lot of the best quality immortal spring wine here. If you're satisfied, I'll give it all to you. The mini sky dragon said angrily. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up. A lot of best quality immortal spring wine? Could it be the immortal spring lake in the Glaze illusion? Damn, if you give it all to me, I'll have at least a few 100,000 years of lifespan, right? Yi Xian's heart has been set off a stormy wave. A few 100,000 years of lifespan, it sounds scary. Although the benefits of swallowing the immortal spring water were very low, if he swallowed all of it, his strength would probably skyrocket by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. However, before he could finish cursing, the mini sky dragon interrupted. Forget it, there's no point in cursing. It won't relieve my hatred. I'll give you this jar of eternal youth spring water. Give me some blood to satisfy my craving. F***ck. Yi Xian suddenly had the urge to skin Mini Sky Dragon and pull out its tendons. However, when he saw Mini Sky Dragon suddenly take out the immortal spring water, he immediately smiled. Previously, when his realm was not high enough, he had overdrawn his life force to use the dragon capturing hand. Therefore, he had consumed a lot of the top-grade immortal spring water. Now, he only had 100 years left. However, this jar of immortal spring water was at least 200 years old. It was equivalent to making another transaction. It's nothing. Senior Master Long, you can have as many as you want. Without another word, Yi Xian took out all the health potions he had stored in his Devourer space. There were over 10,000 of them, and he had collected them out of boredom. Not bad, not bad. It's enough for me to drink for a while. Mini Sky Dragon nodded in satisfaction. In the next moment, the health potions disappeared quietly. Even Yi Xian did not notice how they disappeared. Senior Master Long, do you still want more? If not, I'll continue to pretend. Yi Xian hurriedly asked. He felt that as long as he could please Mini Sky Dragon, he might be rewarded with more immortal spring water. If not, he could even slit his own throat immediately. No need, this is enough. You're quite cooperative, kid. You didn't let me get rid of Azura's eye in vain. Mini Sky Dragon said lightly. Azura's eye. When these 4 words fell into Yi Xian's ears, his body trembled. He knew that this must be the name of the giant eye just now. When he recalled the scene just now, his whole body trembled. If Mini Sky Dragon had not appeared, his original body and first clone would definitely have died. Senior Master Long, what's that Azura's eye? Yi Xian immediately followed the vine and asked. This Azura's eye almost killed him. Naturally, he had to find out what it was. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely take revenge. Just now, there was a will of death here, so this Azura's eye appeared. The owner of this Azura's eye is a big monster to you, so you're in big trouble. After Mini Sky Dragon finished speaking, Yi Xian's heart trembled. From the former's tone, the owner of this Azura's eye was probably extraordinarily powerful. At this time, Mini Sky Dragon said again, but you don't have to worry. You're just a small fry, so he won't take it to heart. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but feel a little unhappy, but that was the truth. In front of a true powerhouse, he was just an ant. He did not even have the qualifications to know who the other party was. Master Long was beaten back to his original form by Lioli. I'm not strong enough to track down the owner of this Azura's Eye. Just now, I only scared him off with my bloodline. After Mini Sky Dragon finished speaking, he looked around and said, however, that Azura's Eye is condensed from a large amount of will of death. With its appearance, I'm afraid this place will be in chaos. Why would it be in chaos? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. Didn't I just say that the Azura's Eye is condensed from a large amount of will of death? Mini Sky Dragon rolled his eyes and snorted, Kid, take it easy. This handsome dragon is going to find a place to cultivate in seclusion, and then F***ck that Lioli's immortal. Before Yi Xian could react, Mini Sky Dragon turned into a white gold light and directly left Yi Xian's sight. At this time, Yi Xian finally understood what Mini Sky Dragon meant by chaos. The immortal corpse king's will of death could cause such a big commotion. If that Azura's Eye was condensed from a large amount of will of death, then wouldn't all the dead in the land of the dead jump out? Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that the surrounding walking corpses were pouncing on him. There were only a few hundred of these walking corpses, and their strength varied. However, with the appearance of the Azura's Eye, their strength increased rapidly, and the powerful ones even reached the manifestation realm. Earlier, because of Mini Sky Dragon, these walking corpses did not dare to approach. However, with Mini Sky Dragon's departure, Yi Xian became the walking corpse's target. You dare to cause trouble for me with just the likes of you? Yi Xian was very disdainful. He directly repelled these walking corpses, then quickly broke through the void and left. Chapter 1088. However, Yi Xian knew that they were in trouble this time. The eyes of death had only appeared for a few seconds, and the land of the dead was about to fall into chaos. When Yi Xian broke through the void and returned to the sect of the God of Ghost, he found that a large number of dead people had crawled out of the sect of the God of Ghost. Those who had died in the sect of the God of Ghost had all broken out of the soil and reformed into walking corpses, even if they had rotted until only bones were left. What's going on? The ghost spirit ancestors, who were waiting for Yi Xian's reply in the sect of the God of Ghost, did not know what had happened. They could only watch the dead people crawl out of the ground and attack them. Yi Xian just happened to return. Looking at this scene, he could not help but think to himself, the appearance of the eyes of death has affected the death aura of the entire land of the dead. Even the sect of the God of Ghost, which is so far away, has changed. The eyes of death appeared in the territory of the Corpse King Palace. The sect of the God of Ghost was countless miles away, but it had also changed. It was just as Mini Sky Dragon had said. The land of the dead was about to fall into chaos. What's going on? Yu quickly rushed over and asked. There will be a great calamity in the land of the dead. I'm afraid we can't stay in the sect of the God of Ghost. Gather quickly and leave with me. Yi Xian explained, but he did not explain how the calamity had happened. The land of the dead had been formed for thousands of years. The number of people who had died in the land of the dead was definitely a terrifying number. Although the sect of the God of Ghost was powerful, it could not keep killing. Therefore they could only move. When Gue He, the founder of the sect of the God of Ghost, heard this, he did not ask for the specific reason and immediately ordered the disciples and elders of the sect of the God of Ghost to gather. Yi Xian had the eyes of the void, so it was not a problem for him to send them away. Soon, the people who were still in the sect of the God of Ghost quickly gathered together. There were several people in total. Then Yi Xian directly broke through the void and sent them away. The land of the dead would not be peaceful, so Yi Xian sent them away directly. As for their destination, it was the Wind Snow Villa. Yi Xian led the way through the void door, then continuously burned his eye energy to send the disciples and elders of the Ghost God sect in. For experts of this level, even if there were 5,000 people queuing up to pass through a door, it would only take a few seconds. Soon, the entire sect of the God of Ghost passed through the Void Gate and arrived at the Wind Snow Villa. When the people of Wind Snow Manor saw such a large group of experts and ghost spirits, They were scared out of their wits. Any one of these people could easily sweep through Wind Snow Manor. However, at this moment, the people from Blizzard Villa discovered that the leader of the group was Yi Xian, and they immediately felt relieved. Yi Xian, what's going on? Feng Wuhan immediately flew over and asked. Something happened in the land of the dead. I brought the clan of the god of ghosts here to seek refuge, Yi Xian answered directly. As soon as he said that, Feng Wuhan and the other disciples of the Wind Snow Villa who had surrounded him were so scared that they almost wet themselves. Sect of the god of ghosts? Feng Wuhan was tongue-tied. Wasn't the sect of the god of ghost one of the two overlords of the land of the dead? Any one of its disciples could sweep through the entire Wind Snow Villa. Not to mention its disciples, even ghost spirits could do it. However, there were thousands of people here at this time. If these people hadn't restrained their auras, some of the people from Wind Snow Manor would have died because their hearts couldn't bear it. At this time, Shui Hong and Feng Wuchen also rushed over. After the death of the corpse man, Feng Wuchen had recovered his memory, so Yi Xian directly released him. Yi Xian, why are there so many experts from the sect of the god of ghosts here? Shui Hong asked worriedly. Something happened in the land of the dead. Senior, has the dead been resurrected in Wind Snow Manor before? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Resurrected? Shui Hong was stunned. She shook her head and replied, no. Hearing this, Yi Xian also breathed a sigh of relief and said, in that case, I'll let the sect of the god of ghosts stay in the myriad snow mountain first. Immediately, he led thousands of people from the sect of the god of ghosts into the myriad snow mountain. There were spirit disaster super supreme holy beasts in the myriad snow mountain, but they were only low-level ones. The sect of the god of ghosts could sweep through the myriad snow mountain alone. Yi Xian estimated that there were millions or even tens of millions of walking corpses in the land of the dead now. Unfortunately, killing these corpses gave him no experience points, so he was too lazy to destroy them. The people from the sect of the god of ghosts camped at the entrance of the myriad snow mountain. Almost none of these people had left the land of the dead. Only a small number of them wandered outside, looking for talented people, but they didn't dare to summon powerful ghost spirits. However, they were worried about something else. Little brother Yi, although I don't know what happened in the land of the dead, if the 8 families in the north know that we left the land of the dead in such a large scale. Gui said with a frown. Yi Xian understood what he meant and replied, the change in the land of the dead was caused by someone who is countless times stronger than the 8 families. Now that the land of the dead is in chaos, there will definitely be undead creatures leaving. The 8 families will definitely send experts to kill them, so we won't be able to return to the land of the dead in a short time. Countless times stronger than the 8 families? Gui and the others couldn't help but tremble when they heard this. Senior, how strong are the 8 families? Yi Xian asked again. Although he didn't know the strength of the 8 families, according to the mini sky dragon, the Eye of Death was condensed from a huge amount of death intent. Its level was definitely much higher than the 8 families. Even if he didn't know the strength of the 8 families, he could guarantee it. I'm not very sure either, but the sect of the god of ghosts is like an ant to the 8 families. Gui shook his head. I heard that the 8 families are built next to a cross-realm teleportation formation? Yi Xian asked. Gui nodded, that's right. The 8 families do control a cross-realm teleportation formation to the glazed light sacred ground. However, this teleportation formation is controlled by the 8 families. If little brother Yi wants to use it, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. After hearing this, Yi Xian fell silent. Now, he was very close to the glazed light sacred ground. However, if he wanted to use the cross-realm teleportation formation, he would need the approval of the 8 families. My current strength is still too weak. I have to break through to the manifestation realm as soon as possible. Yi Xian thought to himself. Just now, he almost died. He didn't want to experience that feeling of helplessness again. Therefore, after he settled the sect of the god of ghosts, he broke through the void again and returned to the Corpse King Palace. As expected, the Corpse King Palace was already filled with people. However, these people were all corpses that had crawled up from the ground. It's really been occupied. Chapter 1089. Young Master, If all the dead in the land of the dead are resurrected, the 8 great families will definitely know about it. What if they trace it back to the Wind Snow Manor? Luo Luo asked. If they really find it, then let's go back to the Blood Cliff continent. They can't do anything about it. Yi Xian replied. The Blood Cliff continent was a continent under the Blood Cliff sect, and there were dozens of forces like the Blood Cliff sect in this area. They were also connected to these low-level continents, and the total number was probably more than 10,000. As long as the Ghost God sect hid in the Blood Cliff continent, the 8 great families wouldn't investigate these continents one by one. Just as the two were talking, some corpses discovered them. There may be many hidden treasures in the Corpse King Palace. Luo Luo, clear all the corpses in the Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Now that the Corpse King of the Corpse King Palace was almost dead, almost all the treasures had fallen into his hands. However, he was still a little bit away from reaching the peak of the 3 supreme sovereign disasters. Only when he reached the peak would he know if he needed a breakthrough item. Okay. Luo Luo nodded and immediately split into hundreds of figures and began to whip the corpses that had overestimated themselves. At the same time, Yi Xian also swallowed a large number of ghost spirits and used the Ghost God transformation, causing his aura to skyrocket. But this time, he didn't use the Ghost God fist, but another move. 100 Ghost Rush. Countless black figures pounced and instantly tore the corpses into pieces. The 100 Ghost Rush consumed less death chi than the Ghost God fist. Yi Xian used it several times in a row and directly cleared more than half of the Corpse King Palace. In a short while, the entire Corpse King Palace was filled with corpses. These corpses were also miserable. They had died once, but they were resurrected and died again in the end. Then, Yi Xian and Luo Luo began to search the Corpse King Palace. Unfortunately, the Crimson Blood Corpse King had been spat to death by the mini Sky Dragon. Otherwise, Yi Xian could ask him. After all, the Crimson Blood Corpse King was the current Corpse King Palace master. There were still many treasures in the Corpse King Palace, but most of them were taken away by the disciples and elders of the Corpse King Palace. At this time, Yi Xian remembered that Digging Corpse King and Bramble Corpse King had been killed by Immortal Corpse Kings. Their corpses were still underground. Below the Corpse King Palace, there was a corpse pool. Even though the Burrowing Corpse King and Bramble Corpse King were killed by the Immortal Corpse King, they were revived by the will of death. When Yi Xian arrived at the Corpse King Palace, he saw the Bramble Undead King and the Burrowing Undead King. Since I've died twice, I'll die once more. Yi Xian didn't say anything else as he directly killed the 2 Corpse Kings and seized their universe rings. Just a little bit more. I think I'll be done after going out for a few more rounds. Thinking of this, Yi Xian left immediately. Of course, in order to increase efficiency, he decided to use a 2-pronged approach. He sent his true body and avatar separately, preparing to go to several forces near the Corpse King Palace to take a look. At the same time, he ordered the Scarlet Flame Corpse King and White Bone Corpse King under his control to start plundering. He estimated that he would be able to reach the peak of the 3 supreme sovereign disasters in a day. The peak of the 3 supreme sovereign disasters required one to pass through a great disaster to break through to the manifestation realm. This great disaster had stopped many people. In the land of the dead, no one had succeeded. Therefore, Yi Xian felt that he would also be stuck here. He had to collect the necessary materials to break through to the manifestation realm. After leaving the Corpse King Palace, his true body rushed towards the nearest force. One had to admit that the Eye of Death was too terrifying. It actually drew the death chi in the land of the dead, reviving all the dead in the land of the dead. Along the way, Yi Xian could see these walking corpses everywhere. However, for him who had unlimited true chi, it was only a matter of a few sword strikes. Soon he found a force under the Corpse King Palace. This force couldn't escape the calamity. Moreover, they didn't have the ability to resist the revival of the dead, so they were annihilated. In the entire sect, there wasn't a single survivor. Good luck. Yi Xian looked at the force below and the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. He wasn't rejoicing in their misfortune. In this world where the strong were respected, those without strength would be eliminated. Immediately, he rushed down and cleaned up all the corpses in the force. At the same time, he collected the universe rings. Ding! The host has reached the shackles of the 3 supreme sovereign disasters. If the host wants to break through, the following items must be collected. After Yi Xian was done, he heard a series of system notifications. As expected, there was still a hurdle to break through from the 3 supreme sovereign disasters to the manifestation realm. In the 3 supreme sovereign disasters, one had to pass the minor disasters. After passing them, one's strength would increase by a lot. This major disaster was the shackles of the 9th grade spirit disaster to break through to the manifestation realm. Even the Corpse King Palace and the God of Ghosts sect didn't have a human who could break through the shackles. Yi Xian hurriedly swept a glance and found that there were a total of 7 items required. Only by collecting these 7 items could one break through, not just one of the 7. As expected, they are all items to strengthen the heart and soul. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Previously, he had heard that in order to break through to the manifestation realm from the 9th grade spirit disaster, one had to build a soul altar. The spirit realm and spirit disaster all increased the soul. But from the manifestation realm onwards, it was the soul that increased the soul. This major disaster was to build a soul altar. Whether it was the 9th grade spirit disaster experts of the God of Ghosts sect or the Corpse King Palace, they were all stuck at this point and couldn't build a soul altar. Of the 7 essential items, I have seen 3 of them before, but I devoured them. As for the remaining 4, I have never heard of them. Yi Xian finally understood why no one in the land of the dead had broken through to the manifestation realm. It was because they lacked natural treasures that could strengthen the heart and soul. As long as he gathered these natural treasures, he would be able to break through to the manifestation realm. At that time, with the power of the manifestation realm, his strength would increase by at least 10 times. Now, he had another goal, and that was to collect these 7 natural treasures. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's eyebrows suddenly rose. He felt that one of the people he controlled had died. The White Bone Corpse King. What's going on? The White Bone Corpse King actually died. Although the land of the dead has changed, with his strength, he shouldn't have died. Yi Xian was confused. The White Bone Corpse King was a manifestation realm expert. Now that the God of Ghosts sect and the Corpse King Palace were destroyed, no one should be his opponent. However, he actually died. The 8 great families. This name flashed in Yi Xian's mind. He guessed that the death of the White Bone Corpse King should be related to the 8 great families. Flaming Corpse King, come and meet me. Immediately, Yi Xian gave the order to the Flaming Corpse King through the air. He had ordered the Flaming Corpse King to loot the dead, but now that the White Bone Corpse King had died, the Flaming Corpse King might encounter people from the 8 great families. Chapter 1090. The 8 great families are powerful. Now that such a change has occurred in the land of the dead, it will cause chaos in the surroundings. The 8 great families have probably received this news and sent experts. Yi Xian thought and then went to the designated place to meet with the Flaming Corpse King. Half a day later, Master! The Flaming Corpse King immediately rushed to Yi Xian's designated location and saw Yi Xian. Then he directly handed over the items. Yi Xian was now stuck at the shackle point. There was no benefit in continuing to devour. But he was looking for the Flaming Corpse King to find the 7 treasures. After Yi Xian checked the universe ring handed over by the Flaming Corpse King, he couldn't help but show a gratified smile. Well done, you found one. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he handed the universe ring to Luo Luo and asked, Luo, how long do you need to break through? I'm cultivating a special cultivation method. I can build a soul altar very soon. Maybe 2 or 3 days, but not more than 7 days. Luo answered. Good. Yi Xian nodded again. In 7 days, Luo could build her first soul altar and break through to the manifestation realm. The Flaming Corpse King, the White Bone Corpse King, is dead. Have you seen him, or the experts of the 8 great families? Yi Xian turned and asked again. The Flaming Corpse King shook his head. Okay, I understand. Yi Xian didn't ask again. This time, The experts sent by the 8 great families should be in the manifestation realm. The Flaming Corpse King wasn't strong. Even if he encountered a first-level manifestation realm expert, he probably couldn't escape death. Then Xian let the Flaming Corpse King leave. He continued to collect the treasures. He found 3 before, but didn't know they were needed for a breakthrough, so he directly devoured them. It seemed that he could find 3 more. However, not long after the Flaming Corpse King left. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening sound caught Xian's attention. This earth-shattering noise might have been the sound of the Flaming Corpse King slaughtering the walking corpses on the road, but it made Xian's expression change greatly. Because the Crimson Flame Corpse King was actually dead. This sound was not the sound of the Crimson Flame Corpse King killing the corpse, but the sound of the Crimson Flame Corpse King being killed. "Young master, what's wrong?" Luo asked with a blank expression. "The 8 great clans are nearby. Let's go and take a look." Xian replied and immediately took Luo in the direction that the Scarlet Flame Corpse King had just left. Although the Flaming Corpse King was once an enemy, he was now under Xian's control. Now that he was dead, Xian naturally wanted to avenge him. Soon, Xian sensed a powerful aura that was much stronger than the Flaming Corpse King. There's no aura of death. He really is a human manifestation realm expert. Xian immediately reacted. Although the Flaming Corpse King was at the manifestation realm, he had not constructed a soul altar and did not have the power of manifestation, so his strength was much weaker than a true manifestation realm expert. Xian estimated that this manifestation realm expert's strength surpassed the Immortal Corpse King, which was a corpse king close to the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. But so what? When he approached, he found a man in blue clothes. This blue-clothed man also found him and Luo and was looking at them. Humans? This blue-clothed man also showed a disdainful expression when he felt that Xian and Luo were only at the 9th level of spirit disaster. They really are from the 8 great clans. When Xian saw the clan insignia on the blue-clothed man's clothes, he immediately confirmed it. The 8 great clans, Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, Zhou, Wu, Zheng and Wang. This blue-clothed man was from the Wang clan of the 8 great clans. The blue-clothed man looked at Xian and Luo approaching and asked in a mocking tone, "Kid, which sect are you from?" Hearing this question, Xian did not immediately answer. Instead, he glanced at the corpse beside the blue-clothed man's feet. The Flaming Corpse King's head had already been blasted apart by the blue-clothed man. Although they were both at the 1st level of the manifestation realm, the Flaming Corpse King was much weaker than the blue-clothed man and was instantly killed. The 8 great clans want to destroy the land of the dead? Xian turned around and asked. The land of the dead has existed for 1,000 years and nothing has happened, so our 8 great clans are too lazy to care. But today, a large number of uncontrolled corpses are pouring out of the land of the dead. Then, there is no need for the land of the dead to exist. The blue-clothed man said indifferently. As expected, you want to destroy the entire land of the dead. Xian's heart trembled and asked again, "Then, how many of you came?" "Kid, why are you asking so many questions?" The blue-clothed man narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh right, the order I received was to destroy all living beings in the land of the dead. Although you are still a human, I am still following orders." As soon as he finished speaking, the blue-clothed man waved his right hand and a formless energy blasted towards Xian. The force of all creations? Xian's eyes widened. Although he could not see, he could feel it. This was the first time he saw the force of all creations, but it would not be the last time. What a guy! He dares to say that he wants to destroy all living beings in the land of the dead. Just as well, I want to take revenge on you. Xian shouted in his heart and directly attacked. Eye of Glory! Golden Dragon, catch your hand. A giant golden hand appeared and directly crushed the force of all creations. At the same time, Xian also used a mental attack on the blue-clothed man. Oh, superpower? The blue-clothed man directly ignored the burning eye and the eye of illusion and was slightly surprised. A manifestation realm expert had built a soul altar and had extremely strong mental power. Unless Xian broke through to the manifestation realm, He would not be able to hurt this blue-clothed man. Although the mental attack was useless, Yi Xian still had other methods. Tyrannical Emperor's limitless sword. A giant sword was formed in an instant, and then it fell directly. Insignificant skill. The blue-clothed man only snorted softly and wrapped himself in the force of all creations. Facing the giant golden sword, he raised his hand and punched. Boom! The fist, reinforced by the force of all creations, collided with the giant golden sword. A strong impact swept out. Yi Xian did not use his trump card. Is this the force of all creations? It is powerful. Yi Xian secretly swallowed. It had only been 2 days since 10,000 swords returned to origin, so he could not use it now. However, in the situation of 2 against 1, if he still could not beat his opponent, he might as well kill himself. Don't forget, Yi Xian was not fighting one-on-one, but in a group fight. Ghost God Transformation. Ghost God Fist. Yi Xian directly refined 3 9th level spirit disaster level ghost spirits, then struck out with 2 Ghost God Fists from the left and right. Not only that, Luo also directly used 100-layer Demon Fox Avatar. Chapter 1091. 100 Layers of Shackles. Hundreds of Luoyuos threw out the chains in their hands. As long as they trapped the man in green, he would be dead for sure. However, the strength of the all creations force had exceeded Yi Xian and Luoyuo's expectations. The man in green clenched his fists and threw out 2 punches. His true chi and all creations force merged and scattered the 2 ghost god fists. Not only that, but the true chi chains thrown out by Luo were all scattered by the man's all creations force. You guys are quite capable. If it weren't for the orders from above to kill, I would have recruited you. The corners of the man's mouth curled up slightly. Yi Xian and Luo were quite talented and had reached the peak of the 3 supreme sovereign disasters. However, it would not be easy for them to deal with the all creations realm elite. Now, Yi Xian and Luoyuo's expressions finally changed. They knew how powerful all creations realm elites were, but they did not expect them to be this powerful. The all creations force was all-encompassing. Even if Yi Xian could use all returning swords now, all the heaven-shaking swords would probably be broken by the all creations force. Alright, I still have things to do. You guys can go now. The man in green muttered. In the next moment, Yi Xian and Luo felt an extremely strong suction force that forced them to fly toward the man in green. The all creations force was equivalent to Yi Xian's double space when he was a void god great emperor. However, it was many times more powerful than that. The man in green wanted to suck Yi Xian and Luo over and kill them with 2 punches. Irresistible? Yi Xian's expression was gloomy. He was already prepared to break through the void and enter. However, the man in green had obviously underestimated them. They might be able to make use of this last attack. Luo. Yi Xian hurriedly shouted in his mind. Understood. Luo immediately understood. Since she was attracted, why not make use of it? The man in green still had a smile on his face, but in the next moment, his smile suddenly stopped. He saw Luo's hair suddenly turn golden, and her feet were rapidly moving on the ground. The azure-robed man's eyes widened. However, at this moment, Luo had already turned into a golden flash of light and swept past his body. Hiss! With a crisp sound, the man in green's head was tossed into the air. At the same time, the strength of all creations exerted on Yi Xian's body disappeared in an instant. Well done! Yi Xian paused for a moment. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when he saw the man's head fly up. Carelessness, it was carelessness again. The death of the azure-robed man was due to carelessness. If he had used his full strength, he might not have been able to kill Yi Xian and Luo, but he wouldn't have died. Luo's demon fox flash was faster than Yi Xian, and with the help of the 10,000 mammoths force, her speed was multiplied, which was why she was able to succeed. Most likely, this green-robed man did not expect that he would die in this damned place. The land of the dead was not a good place to sleep. Since the Azura's eye had disappeared, the azure-robed man would not revive. Looking at the azure-robed man's corpse, Luo snorted in dissatisfaction. I hate it when people look down on me. Now he's dead. This time, Yi Xian had Luo to thank. However, in order to kill this azure-robed man, Luo had transformed again. One had to know that every time Luo transformed, she would use at least one strand of golden tail hair. Now, her golden tail hair was decreasing. A manifestation realm expert is actually this strong. He's only at the first level of the manifestation realm. If he was at the second level, he would probably be able to kill us instantly. Yi Xian shuddered inside. However, he was not worried because as long as he broke through to the manifestation realm and constructed a soul altar, killing this azure-robed man would be as easy as killing a chicken. Luo used her golden tail hair to kill him. I hope she doesn't disappoint me. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then quickly walked over, putting away the azure-robed man's universe ring and corpse. This azure-robed man was extremely proud. The mission of cleaning up all the living beings in the land of the dead was extremely easy for him, so there was no need for him to leave his things with the 8 great families. In this way, Yi Xian benefited. After Yi Xian inspected the universe ring, he could not help but laugh loudly. This azure-robed man's universe ring contained a large amount of treasures. Most importantly, it contained the 7 natural treasures Yi Xian needed. Ha, I've struck gold. Yi Xian roared in his mind. Immediately after, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! Host has survived a great calamity and constructed a soul altar. Host is currently at the first level of the manifestation realm. Yi Xian felt that his body had greatly improved. His physique was at least twice as strong as before. At the same time, a black thing appeared in his dantian. This was the soul altar. The soul altar was filled with black water. This was the soul water. The more soul water there was, the stronger the soul. Not only that, Yi Xian had a new kind of energy in his body, the power of manifestation. At this time, Yi Xian's mind moved, and a burst of manifestation power surged out, enveloping a 100-meter area around him. Boom! The earth trembled. Then, the ground under Yi Xian's feet split open and quickly rose into the air. Luo was shocked and turned to look. She found that Yi Xian had used the power of manifestation to lift up a piece of land. It looked like a floating island, and the two of them were standing on this floating island. Is this the power of manifestation? If I use it at full power, I'm afraid I can uproot the entire sect of the God of Ghost and throw it into the sky. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. When he was in the spirit realm, he could fly freely. However, it was impossible for him to lift up an island. He had heard that a manifestation realm expert could move an island before. At the time, he found it inconceivable. Now, he also had the same ability. However, his power of manifestation was not enough, and could only move a small island. Yi Xian's current strength was at least 10 times stronger than half a minute ago. If this blue-clothed man came back to life, Yi Xian's burning eye would probably cause him heart-wrenching pain, and even take control of the other. Yi Xian had constructed a soul altar, and his mind power had greatly increased. It was normal for him to have such an effect. Luo, these soul altar construction treasures are for you. Yi Xian threw over the soul-strengthening items in his universe ring. Thank you, young master. With these, I can break through in 2 days. Luo hurriedly giggled. Constructing one soul altar was the first level of the manifestation realm. Constructing 2 soul altars was the second level of the manifestation realm. Therefore, in this realm, soul-strengthening items were very important. However, at this time, Chapter 1092. That's right, after breaking through to the manifestation realm, there will be an additional thing called spiritual sense. Yi Xian suddenly recalled this matter. Spiritual sense was similar to the eye of perception, but the range was much smaller, only 1/3 of the eye of perception. What made Yi Xian gratified was that his spiritual sense could be stacked with the eye of perception. Simply speaking, his eye of perception had increased by 1/3. Not only that, his spiritual sense could also look into his body and check the injuries of others. The effect was pretty good. However, to Yi Xian, his inner vision was a useless skill. Then Yi Xian started to investigate the other things in the universe level of the azure-clothed man. The green-clothed man also knew a divine ability, but due to his carelessness, he was killed by Luo. This divine ability was called the Heavenly Heart Sword Art. Not bad. The Heavenly Heart Sword Art can be considered as half a soul attack. Increasing one's soul energy will also increase one's attack power. With the addition of the manifestation force, its power won't be weak. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. As a 9th grade spirit disaster, he couldn't display the true power of the divine ability because he didn't have the manifestation force. Now that he had the manifestation force, if he used the dragon catcher hands, he could probably crush his enemies. Ding! The host has learned the Heavenly Heart Sword Art. The system notified. Divine abilities didn't have proficiency points, so Yi Xian didn't need to spend any more time to practice it. This was pretty good. Luluo, find a place to break through first. I'll continue to walk around. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he left his clone here while his original body left. With the manifestation force, he could directly raise this piece of land into the sky. As for Luoluo, she could directly stand on it. The rest was to find a place. As for Yi Xian's original body, he directly used the manifestation force to support it, so he was like a gust of wind when he ran. Speaking of which, the 8 great families had given the order to kill all living beings in the land of the dead. That meant that there should still be many experts from the 8 great families in the land of the dead. But it was a pity that Yi Xian was only at 9th grade spirit disaster when he fought with the azure-clothed man. If he was at the manifestation realm, he would be able to control the azure-clothed man and interrogate him. However, this didn't matter. With his spiritual sense, as long as he encountered a manifestation realm expert, he would discover them before they did. Along the way, Yi Xian did not need to attack at all. He just used his all-creation strength to smash the walking corpses around him into pieces. The power of all creations was inexhaustible. He could use it whenever he wanted. At the same time, the strength of this power was directly related to the number of soul altars and the strength of one's soul. Among them, there were quite a few items that could improve one's soul, so Yi Xian directly used the super devouring crystal to exchange for them. His soul strength had increased by half. In the manifestation realm, even if they only have 1 soul altar, as long as they are strong enough, they can fight against 2 soul altars. Yi Xian thought as he ran. Just as he was pondering, the spiritual sense outside the eye of perception suddenly sensed a powerful aura. Wanxiang realm. Haha, I finally found it. Yi Xian laughed loudly on the inside. This manifestation realm expert definitely came from one of the 8 great families. As expected, when Yi Xian flew over, he found that it was an expert from the Zhou family of the 8 great families. This Zhou family expert also found Yi Xian as he approached. How can it be he's in the manifestation realm? The Zhou family expert was shocked. Didn't they say that there were only manifestation realm beings in the land of the dead? How could there be a human in the manifestation realm? However, when he saw Yi Xian charging over, he did not waste words and directly attacked. Just first level of the manifestation realm. Yi Xian snorted, his eyes flashing. This Zhou family expert felt like his heart was on fire, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. At the same time, a giant palm appeared and held the Zhou clan cultivator in its hand. In terms of soul power, Yi Xian was even stronger than this Zhou family expert. Such a young expert, which faction does he belong to? This Zhou family expert could not understand. But in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Ding! Control successful. The system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. At the same level, and with his soul power greater than the other, Yi Xian's eye of control could easily control him. Chapter 1093. Are you sure it was the same teleportation array that was used 2 years ago? Yi Xian asked in a doubtful tone. I'm not sure. Maybe it was used before. I don't know. Zhou Kai shook his head. There could be 2 possibilities for this trans-realm teleportation array. First, old ancestor Yin Yang left with Song Suijing and Saijue Song through this teleportation array, but Zhou Kai didn't know. Second, old ancestor Yin Yang didn't leave through this teleportation array. After all, although this teleportation array could teleport to the glazed light sacred ground, the location was different from other teleportation arrays. There was still a distance in between. Maybe old ancestor Yin Yang didn't use this teleportation array because the 8 great families' teleportation array was far away from the Yin Yang temple, so he went to another teleportation array. Damn it. I hope Zhou Kai doesn't know. Otherwise, I'll have to start the investigation again. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. Now that he had asked all the questions, he directly went over and took Zhou Kai's Yin and Yang ring. Unfortunately, there weren't many things in Zhou Kai's Yin and Yang ring. Do the 8 great families have something like the white bone token? Yi Xian asked again. The white bone token was a very convenient thing for the people of the God of Ghost sect or ghost spirits to communicate with each other. No. The land of the dead is full of death energy, so the message of the white bone token was spread quickly. Our 8 great families don't have such a thing. We had an order a long time ago. As long as there was a change in the land of the dead, we were to join forces to destroy it. The order was not issued by the Zhou family. Zhou Kai shook his head. Yi Xian wanted to slap Zhou Kai to death, but the latter was right. The land of the dead had been formed for more than 1,000 years. The death energy was very strong. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough, it was very easy to have inner demons or even chi deviation. When the Eye of Death appeared last time, it attracted the death energy of the entire land of the dead. If it appeared in other places, it would at most revive the dead in that area. Forget it, continue with your work. Keep this white bone medallion well. If you meet anyone from the other 8 great clans, immediately use the white bone medallion to send me a message. Yi Xian handed the universe ring and the bone order to Zhou Kai. If the latter discovered any of his companions, he could inform Yi Xian directly. To put it nicely, this Zhou Kai was a wingman. To put it bluntly, he was a spy. However, he was already under Yi Xian's control. He had no choice but to obey Yi Xian's orders. After that, Yi Xian left. With the power of all creations, his speed was off the charts. While searching for the powerhouses of the 8 great clans, he kept killing those walking corpses. Ding! 10,000 swords return to origin is off cooldown. Finally, the return of 10,000 swords could be used again. During the 9-grade spirit disaster, even if Yi Xian used the myriad returning swords, he might not have been able to defeat that green-robed man. However, now that Yi Xian had broken through to the manifestation realm, if he used the return of 10,000 swords, with the support of the power of all creations, its power would be explosive. After all, when Yi Xian broke through to the manifestation realm, Wei Zhentian had also broken through. Now, Wei Zhentian was called a divine artifact. Unfortunately, the return of 10,000 swords could only be used once every 3 days. Otherwise, it would be awesome. Soon, half a day passed. Young master, I broke through. Luo Luo sent a message. I saw it. Yi Xian nodded. His doppelganger was beside Luo Luo. Once Luo Luo broke through, he would naturally know. Now, they could use both methods to find the person. However, just in case, after Luo Luo broke through, his doppelganger directly broke through the void and returned to the Wind Snow Villa. 20 all creations realm powerhouses were too many. In fact, only 10 of them would be able to roam the entire land of the dead and kill all the living creatures. As for the others, they would go to the land of the dead and take a look around. The Wind Snow Villa was a few days' journey from the land of the dead, but this was for the powerhouses of true energy disaster. If Zhou Kai were to hurry, he would be able to get there in 2 hours. However, behind the Wind Snow Villa, there were a large number of ghost spirits stationed in the 10,000 Snow Mountain. If the people of the 8 great families arrived, they would probably be in danger. Even if all the ancestors of the ghost spirits joined forces, they would probably not be able to defeat a single all creations realm expert of the 8 great families. Therefore, Yi Xian sent Luo Luo and his doppelganger back to guard the villa. However, as soon as his doppelganger and Luo Luo returned, they discovered 2 powerful auras. The people of the 8 great families. Yi Xian's face darkened. He did not expect that this time he would sense the people of the 8 great families as soon as he returned, and there were even 2 of them. At this time, these 2 auras were rapidly approaching the Wind Snow Villa. Young master, leave these 2 to me? Luo Luo suddenly laughed. When she was at 9th grade spirit disaster, she could already kill the man in green. Now that she had broken through to the All Creations realm and possessed the All Creations realm power, it would definitely not be a problem for her to fight against the two of them alone. Okay, but don't kill them. Yi Xian's doppelganger nodded. As soon as his voice fell, a violent roar came from the sky. Sect of the God of Ghost, so you were hiding here. Quickly come over and accept your death. Before the person arrived, the voice arrived first. This old voice frightened the people of the sect of the God of Ghost and the people of the Wind Snow Villa. However, at this time, Luoluo had already rushed forward. Little girl, this is none of your business. Go play somewhere else. When an old man saw Luoluo, the young girl from the Fox clan, he shouted again. His mission was to kill all living beings, including humans, that he saw in the land of the undead. However, as long as he left the land of the undead, he could only kill undead creatures, such as ghost spirits and corpses. I won't move. Luoluo pouted. Just now, she was afraid that her aura would frighten the people of the Wind Snow Villa, so she restrained her aura. As a result, the old man and the middle-aged man beside him didn't realize that she was in the manifestation realm. However, as her aura spread out, the old man and the middle-aged man's expressions changed drastically. Manifestation realm? The old man from the Wu clan was shocked. He didn't understand when such a young manifestation realm master appeared here. Moreover, Luoluo was so young and she was from the Fox clan. Without waiting for the other party to ask, Luoluo directly attacked. Manifestation realm force. Luoluo's slender hand grabbed the air, and then two forces shrouded the old man and the middle-aged man. What? The two of them widened their eyes. In the next moment, they were facing each other and couldn't control themselves. Bang! The old man and the middle-aged man bumped into each other face to face. They were already stunned. This was the first time they had encountered such a thing in their decades of life. Even Yi Xian didn't expect this scene. Luoluo's manifestation realm force was so powerful. The manifestation realm force was affected by the power of the soul. Luoluo's manifestation realm force directly surpassed the two masters of the 8 great clans, so she could toy with them. In this case, the strength of Luoluo's soul was probably much stronger than Yi Xian's. Chapter 1094. Bam! 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 Luoluo giggled as she used the All Creations force. The experts of the sect of the God of Ghosts and the people of the Wind Snow Villa were stunned. Who were those two? They were the experts of the 8 great families. How could they be played by Luoluo? It was terrifying. A few months ago, Luoluo was just a human body disaster. When she was sent to the 10,000 Flower Valley, she was only a first-grade vital energy disaster. But now, she had grown to a level that they did not dare to mention. Young master, come on. At this time, Luoluo suddenly turned her head and giggled at Yi Xian. Hearing this, Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Control on the two people who were stunned by Luoluo's All Creations force. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. 2 system notifications sounded, and the two people were directly reduced to Yi Xian's servants. Although Luoluo could also charm these two people, there was a flaw in her charm. If the person she charmed died, Luoluo would not know. As for Yi Xian's Eye of Control, he would know if the person he controlled died. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and took off the two people's interspatial rings. Unfortunately, there were not many things inside, but there was still something that could improve the strength of the soul. It seems that we can't stay in the Wind Snow Villa any longer. The sect of the God of Ghosts must leave. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately turned back. He said to Gui He and the others, "Seniors, there is a change in the land of the dead. The 8 great families have ordered to eliminate all the undead creatures. If you stay here, I'm afraid you will be in big trouble." The sect of the God of Ghosts did not have any human manifestation realm experts. If they were encountered by the 8 great families again, they would probably be wiped out. Yi Xian's strength was enough to resist the experts of the 8 great families, but he could not stay here all the time. Therefore, the sect of the God of Ghosts had to move. Alas, we really have to leave, the patriarch of the sect of the God of Ghosts sighed. He himself was a ghost spirit and was no longer human. However, he grew up in the land of the dead and established the sect of the God of Ghost with great difficulty. He did not expect to leave this place where he had lived for thousands of years. He was really reluctant. Little brother Yi, we've already decided to go to Yuyu's Blood Cliff continent to live. A ghost spirit ancestor said. Blood Rock continent, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The Blood Cliff continent could be considered as his hometown. At the same time, it was also Yuyu's hometown. If the sect of the God of Ghost were to go there, they would definitely be able to dominate the continent. Although the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the Blood Rock continent was extremely lacking, as long as one brought along high-quality natural treasures and planted them, the yuan qi of heaven and earth would be several times stronger than in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Alright, since that's the case, let's go to the Blood Rock continent. Yi Xian immediately nodded in agreement. In the Blood Rock continent, there was still his second clone and old immortal Tianju, who had given him information about the Yin-Yang old ancestor. The 8 great clans would not be so bored as to investigate a low-level continent like the Blood Rock continent. Since they had already decided, Yi Xian would help them this time and personally go to the entrance of the Blood Rock continent. In less than an hour, he arrived at the entrance of the secret realm from the Penglai divine land. The entrance of the secret realm was actually a trans-realm teleportation array. Coincidentally, the Blood Rock sect disciple who had sent Yi Xian to the Penglai divine land was also there. This Blood Rock sect disciple was in the realm of human body disaster, which was extremely low. However, he was very prestigious in the Blood Rock continent and had directly taken in hundreds of wives and concubines, enjoying himself endlessly. At this time, this Blood Rock sect disciple seemed to be leading a person from the Blood Rock continent and was waiting for the Blood Rock sect to send him. When he saw Yi Xian was shocked. Greetings, Senior Yi. This Blood Rock sect disciple hurriedly greeted. How could he forget about Yi Xian? After all, he was the one who had sent Yi Xian and Luoluo to the Penglai divine land that day. After Yi Xian had caused a ruckus in the Blood Rock sect and joined the Snow Wind Manor, Yi Xian had become his idol. Yes, I want to bring some people back to the Blood Rock continent. Yi Xian silently nodded and directly took out a heavenly treasure from his Devourer space and threw it over. This heavenly treasure's benefits were too low for him, but to this Blood Rock sect disciple, it was a divine item. As long as he finished refining it, breaking through to spirit disaster wouldn't be a problem. No problem, no problem. Thank you, Senior Yi. This Blood Rock sect disciple was overjoyed. Although he didn't know the name of this heavenly treasure, it came from Yi Xian, so it was definitely worth a lot. Following that, Yi Xian didn't waste any time and directly broke through the void. In just 10 seconds, thousands of powerful experts had arrived. When this Blood Rock sect disciple swept a glance, he was so frightened that he nearly peed his pants. There were actually so many ghost spirits? However, he still recognized one of them. It was the elder of the God of Ghost sect that he met when he was strolling in the Blood Rock continent. However, this elder of the God of Ghost sect was now the ghost spirit ancestor. Senior Guihe, my clone in the Blood Rock continent will come to receive you. Yi Xian turned around and cupped his fists towards Guihe. Clone. When Guihe and the others heard this, they were shocked. They knew that Yi Xian had a clone, but they didn't expect that Yi Xian would have another clone in the Blood Rock continent. This was simply too powerful. They didn't ask any further and cupped their fists towards Yi Xian and began to enter the Blood Rock continent. Big Sister Yu, I'll look for you when I'm free in the future. Luoluo waved at Yu. Yu smiled faintly and followed the group into the palace. Soon, the entire God of Ghost sect entered the Blood Rock continent. At the same time, Yi Xian's clone was already waiting there. After they all left, Yi Xian asked the Blood Rock sect disciple, "Are there any other experts in the Blood Rock continent?" "There are some. There might be a manifestation realm expert among them," said the Blood Rock sect disciple. Manifestation realm, huh? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This manifestation realm expert might be from the 8 great clans or from other places. They might have entered the Blood Rock continent to find people with special constitutions. Some people who were bored out of their wits might have moved islands to join the Blood Rock continent and expand it. Although there might be manifestation realm experts in the Blood Rock continent, the God of Ghost sect's base was the Eastern continent's Ghost Tomb region. The eastern continent was protected by elder immortal Tianju's formation. Without Yi Xian's guidance, it was impossible to enter. This matter was considered to have come to an end. Now that the God of Ghost sect was settled, it was time for him to do his own thing. Chapter 1095. There were people from the other 8 families in the land of the dead, so Yi Xian wanted to control all of them. Now, his Heavenly Eye clan bloodline had advanced once after completing the chain random mission of annihilating the Corpse King Palace. He could now control 25 people. At this time, Yi Xian hoped that these martial practitioners from the 8 families would all have a huge amount of wealth. This way, all of it would fall into his pocket. After seeing Luo Luo's strength, Yi Xian was relieved to let her travel through the land of the dead alone. At the same time, there were also his 3 wingmen. Soon, someone used the white bone token to send a message. Then Yi Xian quickly rushed over. Martial practitioners from the 8 families only came this time. Each family sent 5 people, which was a total of 20 people. If they all came with their wealth to carry out the mission, then Yi Xian could probably break through to the 2nd level of the manifestation realm after robbing them. However, this was a little difficult. This time, he stayed in the land of the dead for a total of 7 days. In these 7 days, he controlled 12 people. Including the 3 from before, that made a total of 15 people. 15 first-level manifestation realm martial practitioners. This was something that had never been seen in the land of the dead for thousands of years. However, this was not worth mentioning to the 8 families. The people I control now are from the 4 families of Zhou, Wu, Zheng, and Wang. However, they all said that the teleportation formation was activated 2 years ago and was not used 1 year ago. Then the Yin-Yang ancestor should not have left through here. In the ruins of the God of Ghost sect, Yi Xian looked at the 15 people in front of him and thought. Although the Yin-Yang ancestor did not use the 8 families teleportation formation, the 8 families had sent people to the Glazed Light Sacred Ground before. Then, they might have a map of the Glazed Light Sacred Ground. This way, he might be able to find out about the Yin-Yang temple. Luo Luo, is there a problem with controlling 15 first-level manifestation realm martial practitioners? Yi Xian turned to look at Luo Luo. Young master, I have inherited memories. The soul altar I built is different from that of ordinary people. With the strength of my soul, it is not a problem to control 30 people. Luo Luo's bright eyes and white teeth flashed as her eyes instantly turned pink. Ding, Zhou Kai is out of control. Ding, Zhou Xiang is out of control. Ding, Yuan is out of control. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian ordered these 15 people not to resist, so Luo Luo easily charmed all of them. Alright, apart from the Zhou family, the rest of you can disperse. Remember what I said before. Yi Xian issued another order. Although these people were no longer under his control, they were still under his control indirectly. After all, these people were out on missions, so they naturally wouldn't bring everything with them. Therefore, Yi Xian told them to hand over all the items to the representatives of each party when they returned and then hide them in a place designated by Yi Xian. Yes. These people nodded and immediately left. Yi Xian looked at the 3 strong men from the Zhou family. Then, I'll pretend to be the son of Zhou Xiang's deceased good friend. I want to enter the Zhou family. Is that okay? Among the 3 people in front of her, only one was a member of the Zhou family, namely, Zhou Kai. As for the Zhou Xiang mentioned by Yi Xian, although his surname is Zhou, he is not a member of the Zhou family of the 8 major families. Yi Xian pretending to be the genius son of Zhou Xiang's good friend is not a problem. Master, no problem. Zhou Kai immediately nodded. With the 3 of them as guarantors, Yi Xian joining the Zhou family is a done deal. Yi Xian only has one purpose in joining the Zhou family, and that is to use the Eye of Control to profit. It has been a year since Song Suijing and Judge Song were captured, so he couldn't delay any longer. In order to increase his strength, he began to use unscrupulous means. However, the unscrupulous means here didn't refer to a massacre. Even the 12 people who left just now, he didn't silence them. What he wanted was the heaven and earth treasures. After a moment of preparation, he immediately left the land of the dead and headed to the Zhou family. Among the 8 major families, There were also ranks. The 4 Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li were the upper clans, while the 4 Zhou, Wu, Teng, and Wang were the lower clans. Among the 4 lower clans, only the Zhou family had a 4th-level manifestation realm expert. These people were originally not far from the land of the dead, so they quickly received the order. But this time, Zhou Kai and the other 2 wanted to bring Yi Xian to the Zhou family. The Zhou family was not built in a city, but directly in the wilderness. However, this Zhou family had been passed down for thousands of years, and the land they occupied was not smaller than a city. Yi Xian spent 2 days to arrive at the Zhou family that was built in a valley. This is one of the 8 major families, the Zhou family. It's really powerful. Yi Xian sensed for a moment, but there was still a 4th-level manifestation realm expert inside. Even if he restrained his aura, he was so powerful that Yi Xian's heart palpitated. He estimated that if he robbed this Zhou family, he might be able to break through to the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. At this moment, an old man came out of the Zhou family and bumped into them. Why are the 3 of you here? The old man asked in surprise. Manager. The 3 of them greeted in unison. Weren't you in Flying Tiger City? Why are you back? The old man was very displeased because there were 5 Zhou family experts in Flying Tiger City. Now that 3 of them had returned, what if something happened? Faced with this problem, Zhou Kai hurriedly took a step forward and said, Manager, it's like this. Some time ago, there was a change in the land of the dead, so we discussed and decided to clean up the land of the dead. Oh, the land of the dead? Finally, there's trouble. The Zhou family's manager did not care at all and said, if it's destroyed, then so be it. In any case, the soul-locking grass can already be planted. Previously, the 8 major families left the land of the dead because the land of the dead was surrounded by death energy and could produce many natural treasures that could not be found anywhere else. But later on, these natural treasures could be artificially planted, but nothing happened in the land of the dead, so it had been left there until now. After the Zhou family's manager finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yi Xian and asked, Who is he? Manager Zhou, he's the son of my friend who passed away. Now that he has broken through to the manifestation realm, he wants to join our Zhou family. Zhou Xiang hurriedly stepped forward and introduced. Oh, is that so? The Zhou family's manager narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Xian. His intuition told him that Yi Xian's age is not more than 25 years old. Even in the entire Zhou family, not 1 in 10 people broke through to the manifestation realm at 25 years old. Not bad, not bad. All right, then you'll work under me from now on. The Zhou family's manager nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, with 3 people's recommendation, Yi Xian directly joined the Zhou family without any suspicion. Chapter 1096. Alright, leave him to me. The 3 of you return to Flying Tiger City quickly. Don't let the other 3 families take advantage of this. Chief Steward Zhou said. The ancestors of the 8 families were sworn brothers, but as time passed, this relationship slowly widened. It was also because of this that the 8 families were not united and were scheming against each other. Although Flying Tiger City was only a small city and was the closest to the land of the dead, the Zhou family only had 7 manifestation realm experts stationed in Flying Tiger City. This time, the land of the dead changed, so the 4 families of Zhou, Wu, Ting, and Wang discussed and sent 5 experts to destroy the land of the dead. As for why Flying Tiger City sent 20 manifestation realm experts, it was also because of the appearance of the Eye of Death. The Eye of Death attracted the aura of the entire land of the dead. Flying Tiger City was very close to the land of the dead, so they sent so many people. After leaving Yi Xian behind, Zhou Kai and the other 2 left directly. However, after some time, they would hand over all their belongings to Zhou Kai and let him hide them in a specific place. Young man, with your strength, you can get a steward position in my Zhou family. If you work hard in the future, you will be rewarded. Chief Steward Zhou brought Yi Xian into the Zhou family and explained some things to Yi Xian at the same time. Chief Steward, I have some questions, but I don't know if I can ask. Yi Xian, who was following behind the Chief Steward, suddenly spoke. Go ahead. It's like this. When my father died, he left a strange parchment. He said it was a treasure map somewhere in the glazed light sacred ground. So I want to ask if our Zhou family has a map of the glazed light sacred ground? Yi Xian told the lie that he had made up beforehand. Glazed light sacred ground, treasure map? Chief Steward Zhou heard this and couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He said, "Let me see it." Originally, this kind of thing couldn't be taken out for others to see, but this parchment was casually drawn by Yi Xian. It was quite a treasure map, so he immediately took it out. Chief Steward Zhou glanced at it but could not see anything wrong with it. After all, even he could not understand Yi Xian's drawing, let alone him. The treasure map of the glazed light Holy Land is useless because our trans-realm teleportation array has been sealed. Every time we activate it, we need a large number of soul crystals. Furthermore, our Zhou family doesn't have a map of the glazed light Holy Land. The chief steward of the Zhou family shook his head. Is that so? Yi Xian asked in his heart. He felt that there was something wrong with this head steward of the Zhou family. Perhaps, the Zhou clan had a map of the glazed light sacred ground, but the Zhou clan's chief steward had concealed it. Perhaps, Zhou clan's chief steward had a place where he could get a map of the glazed light sacred ground. Young man, you won't be able to reach the glazed light sacred ground. Why don't you give this treasure map to me? Although I can't go to the glazed light sacred ground, I like to collect these things. Chief Steward Zhou smiled at Yi Xian and continued, "Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly." I see. Yi Xian pretended to hesitate. After thinking for a while, he nodded painfully. All right, then I'll kindly accept it." Chief Steward Zhou was very happy and directly put away the treasure map. He was completely unaware that this treasure map was a fake treasure map that Yi Xian casually made up. "I won't treat you unfairly either. Here are 100 rank 1 soul crystals. They can increase the strength of your soul." Chief Steward Zhou took out a cloth bag and handed it to Yi Xian. Soul crystals were the currency of the manifestation realm. They could be used for transactions and could also be used to increase the strength of the soul. 100 rank 1 soul crystals were roughly the net worth of a first-level manifestation realm expert. These things seemed to be a lot, but to Yi Xian, it was just a drop of water in the ocean. If he wanted to break through to the second level of the manifestation realm, he would need at least 1,000. However, this was better than nothing. Next, Chief Steward Zhou brought him to a certain place in the Zhou family. They had just arrived when a graceful woman walked out from inside. She was about 25 years old. She had a head of refreshing short hair and a pretty face. "Grandfather, didn't you go out? Why are you back?" the short-haired woman asked curiously. "Little Ya, this is Yi Xian who just joined my Zhou family. He is now a steward of my Zhou family. Show him around and familiarize him with the environment." Chief Steward Zhou said to the short-haired woman. "Yes, grandfather," the short-haired woman softly replied. Then, Chief Steward Zhou left. Yi Xian did not expect that this short-haired woman was actually the Zhou family's chief steward's granddaughter. Chief Steward Zhou was at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, but his granddaughter was actually at the 2nd level of the manifestation realm. Her talent could probably rank in the top 3 in the entire Zhou family. "Hello, I am Zhou Ya, the Zhou family's vice chief steward." The short-haired woman walked in front of Yi Xian with a smile. "Yi Xian." Yi Xian also nodded and replied in a friendly manner. He could try to control this Zhou Ya. After all, she was a vice chief, and her grandfather was the entire Zhou family's chief steward. However, this was the Zhou family's territory. If he acted rashly and failed to control Zhou Ya in one go, he would definitely alert the enemy. If he wanted to control her, he had to do it from afar. Next, Zhou Ya brought Yi Xian around to familiarize him with the environment. She told Yi Xian some things and then assigned Yi Xian a place to stay. As for the job, it had not been decided yet. "You can stay here for now. You will have a specific assignment in 3 days at most," Zhou Ya said to Yi Xian. "Thank you, Vice Chief." Yi Xian hurriedly thanked her. Zhou Ya smiled lightly. "I am 1 year older than you. You can call me Big Sister Ya. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me." "Big Sister Ya," Yi Xian called out again. However, just as Zhou Ya was about to turn and leave, a person suddenly stepped into Yi Xian's residence. It was a man wearing a golden crown. He had sword-like eyebrows and a dignified appearance. One look and one could tell that he was not a simple person. When Xianxia saw this person, a look of disgust flashed across her eyes. However, she still greeted him respectfully. Second young master. The second young master quickly walked over and glanced at Yi Xian. Then he asked, Xiaoya, why are you here? Yi Xian just joined the Zhou family. Grandfather asked me to bring him around to familiarize him with the environment. Xiaoya answered honestly. Oh, welcome to the Zhou family. The second young master smiled at Yi Xian. Then he said in a commanding tone, Xiaoya and I have something to talk about now. You can go out and wait for a while. Go out and wait for a while? Yi Xian was stunned. Motherf asterisk her. This was his residence. How could he ask him to go out and wait for a while? Were they trying to have sex on the spot? Chapter 1097. Second young master, I still have matters to attend to. Let's talk later. Xiaoya said very impatiently. Now Yi Xian could see what was going on. The Zhou family's second young master was probably pursuing Xiaoya, but Xiaoya did not like him, so she was a little impatient. Although Xiaoya was the granddaughter of the Zhou family's head steward, the head steward was not a member of the Zhou family and was only given the surname Zhou. The Zhou family's second young master was the son of the Zhou family's patriarch. He was already at the second level of the manifestation realm at the age of 27, and was one of the 3 great geniuses of the Zhou family. However, the Zhou family was a large family. Even a piece of trash could be made into a super genius by using treasures of heaven and earth. The second level of the manifestation realm was nothing. The Zhou family's second young master was at the second level of the manifestation realm and was not weak. Yi Xian did not have the confidence to directly control him. In order not to disturb the later plans, Yi Xian decided not to clash with the Zhou family's second young master for the time being and directly walked outside. However, the Zhou family's second young master was on his list of control. When the time came, as long as he made an appointment to control him, then it would be equivalent to him owning half of the Zhou family. Seeing Yi Xian leave, Xiaoya's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. She said, Second young master, if you have something to say, then say it quickly. I still have many things to do. All right, then I'll make it short. The second young master said with a smile, Just yesterday, I already proposed to Uncle, and Uncle has already agreed. We will get married next month. What, get married? Xiaoya cried out in surprise. She said, No, I haven't agreed. Little Ya, you've worked hard for my Zhou family for so many years. It's time for you to enjoy life. As long as you marry me, you will be my Zhou family's second young mistress. Your future achievements might even surpass my great-grandfather. The second young master said somewhat agitatedly. No, I don't agree. Xiaoya still shook her head. But you're already 26, but you're still not married. Aren't you waiting for me? The Zhou family's second young master asked in confusion, then said, I know, you must be not mentally prepared. All right, I can postpone the wedding for a while until you're mentally prepared. No, that's not what I mean, Xiaoya hurriedly said. She wanted to say that the second young master of the Zhou family was flattering himself. However, if she said that directly, she was afraid that she would directly anger the second young master of the Zhou family. For a moment, she did not know what to say. Yi Xian, who was outside, was also speechless. Although he had walked quite a distance away, he had the perceptive eye and spiritual sense, so how could he not hear these words? However, what caught his attention was that at this very moment, a large group of experts seemed to have entered the Zhou clan's valley. Right at this moment, Zhou Xiong, come out and meet me. A loud roar reverberated throughout the entire valley of the Zhou clan, falling into everyone's ears. The 2 people in the courtyard stopped and trembled at the same time. Zhou Xiong, wasn't that the name of the Zhou clan's old master? The Zhou family's patriarch, Zhou Xiong, was at the 4th level of the manifestation realm. He was the strongest person in the Zhou family. There was actually someone who dared to call out old Master Zhou's name directly, and in front of the Zhou family's door. This was simply courting death. The second young master of the Zhou clan did not waste any more words. He flew up into the sky and shouted, Which bastard is calling my great-grandfather's name? Not only that, but many people from the Zhou clan also flew up into the sky. However, in the next moment, their bodies all trembled at the same time. There were a total of 10 people, but the auras of these 10 people were not the slightest bit weaker than the entire Zhou clan. There were 4 experts at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. Most importantly, these people were actually wearing the uniform of the Zhao clan, one of the 8 great clans. The Zhao clan. The second young master was stunned for a moment. He focused his eyes and found that the leader of the Zhao clan's team sitting on a black sky dragon in front of them was a little familiar. He quickly searched his memory and could not help but exclaim, "Heifeng Sky Dragon, Zhao clan's Zhao Kuan? That's right, it's me." In the Zhao clan's team, the young man sitting on a black sky dragon responded. The black sky dragon he was riding was a 2nd level of the manifestation realm sky connecting beast. It was this unique sky-connecting beast that allowed the second young master to recognize him. "Why are you looking for my great-grandfather?" the second young master asked with a frown. After learning of the other party's identity, his attitude clearly changed a lot. What a joke! The Zhao clan was the head of the 8 great clans and was the strongest. If he knew that the newcomers were a team from the 8 great clans, why would he still shout those words? Not to mention that this Zhao Kun was the Zhao clan's great young master, the next patriarch of the Zhao clan. "You don't have the right to ask this question. Zhou Xiong, come out." Zhao Kun could not be bothered with the Zhou clan's second young master and shouted again. Hearing this, the second young master's expression changed greatly, but he dared not speak out despite his anger. Although he was the Zhou clan's young master, he did not have the right to speak. There were at least 10 people who had more right to speak than him. So for a moment he actually cowered. And this was in his own home. The arrival of the Zhao clan had already alarmed the entire Zhou clan. All the manifestation realm experts flew into the sky. At the same time, a figure flew over from behind the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan's great-grandfather, Zhou Xiong. "So it's young Master Zhao. May I ask why young Master Zhao has come to my Zhou clan?" Zhou Xiong asked with a smile. "I came today to cooperate with the Zhou clan." Zhao Kun answered honestly. "Cooperation?" These 2 words made Zhou Xiong somewhat puzzled. The Zhao clan's strength was at least 10 times that of the Zhou clan. What did the Zhou clan have that the Zhao clan would fancy? "That's right, cooperation." Zhao Kun nodded and revealed a trace of a sinister smile. He said, "My father said to let your Zhou clan merge with my Zhao clan and let us develop together." What? The moment these words came out, the entire Zhou clan was shocked. Zhao Kun actually wanted the Zhou clan to merge with the Zhao clan? What kind of joke was this? "Young Master Zhao, you're not joking, right?" Zhou Xiong's expression was not very good. Although he asked this, he had more or less guessed it from Zhao Kun's expression. "This should be true. Look at me. Do I look like I'm joking?" Zhao Kun's eyes narrowed. Before he finished speaking, someone shouted loudly, "This isn't cooperation, you're simply trying to annex my Zhou clan." The person who spoke was the Zhou clan's second young master's grandfather, a 3rd-level manifestation realm martial artist. "Since you've said so, then I won't beat around the bush. That's right, my father's intention is to annex your Zhou clan." As Zhao Kun spoke, he also looked around and continued, "Not only that, the Wu, Zheng and Wang clans will also be annexed by the other 3 upper clans. The 8 great clans only need the 4 great clans in the future." The Zhao clan's intention for coming was already very obvious, and that was to annex the Zhou clan. Chapter 1098. The reason why the 8 great clans were divided into the 4 upper clans and the 4 lower clans was because the 4 lower clans had not developed well in the past 1,000 years. The Zhou family was silent. How could they have thought that their family would have such a day? "Your Zhou clan is declining day by day. Sooner or later, you won't be able to raise your head again. My Zhao clan will let you join my Zhao clan on account of our old friendship. We will develop together in the future. This is a win-win cooperation." Zhao Kun continued. "A win-win situation?" When the Zhou family heard this, they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Merging into the Zhao family was a win-win situation? Cooperate my ass. However, the Zhao family was much stronger than the Zhou family. The Zhou family did not have the ability to resist at all. Zhou Xiong glanced at Zhao Kun. The latter had come in a threatening manner and had actually brought so many experts with him. He was most likely going to eat up the Zhou clan. If they refused, then there would most likely be a great battle. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that if the Zhao family still had a 5th-level manifestation realm expert, then if they descended upon the Zhou family, then the Zhou family would definitely be annihilated. Young Master Zhao, is there no room for negotiation? Zhou Xiong could not help but ask. The other 3 families have already compromised. Only your Zhou family is left. Zhao Kun coldly replied. Only the Zhou family was left. In other words, out of the 8 great clans, there were only 5 great clans left. If the Zhou clan also merged with the Zhao clan, then there would only be 4 great clans left. Patriarch Zhou was silent for a moment. He thought of the power of the Zhao family and nodded in compromise. From now on, they will stay with the Zhou family and assist you. After Zhao Kun finished speaking, he turned his head to the side and the few second-level manifestation realm martial artists behind him walked out. From now on, the 8 great clans were only left with 4 great clans. Yi Xian did not expect that he would become a member of the Zhao family the moment he joined the Zhou family. What a scam! Meanwhile, Zhao Kun suddenly swept the surroundings with his gaze and said, "Right, I have something else to tell you. I, Zhao Kun, intend to take a concubine." Hearing this, Zhou Xiong raised his eyebrows and said, "Please do as you wish, young Master Zhao. Whoever is chosen by young Master Zhao is blessed." Although that was what he said, Zhou Xiong was cursing in his heart. He knew that Zhao Kun was not doing this to take in a concubine, but to stabilize the relationship between the 2 families. All right, since old Master Zhou has said so, then I won't hold back. Of course, I, Zhao Kun, am not a perverted person. This matter requires mutual affection. The corners of Zhao Kun's mouth curled up slightly as he rode the Heifeng heavenly dragon and circled above the Zhou family. The population of the Zhou clan had also reached tens of thousands, and there were countless young beauties who had yet to marry. Some of these girls wanted to be chosen by Zhao Kun, so they all went out. When Zhao Kun flew over their heads, they would make a scene. However, some girls didn't want to, so they hid in the house. Even those girls who were already married wanted to use this opportunity to enter the Zhao family. Zhao Kun paced back and forth in the air above the Zhou family. Finally, he stopped in the air above a courtyard. Coincidentally, this residence was the one that belonged to Yi Xian. Who is she? Zhao Kun looked at Zhou Ye in Yi Xian's courtyard and asked. When Zhou Xiong heard this, he followed Zhao Kun's gaze and said, "She is the granddaughter of the Zhou family's chief steward. At the same time, she is also the deputy chief steward of the Zhou family, Zhou Ye." After hearing this, Zhao Kun nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not bad, not bad. 2nd-level manifestation realm." Seeing that Zhao Kun was looking at her, Zhou Ye frowned slightly. As the deputy chief steward of the Zhou family, how could she not know what she was going to face next? Zhao Kun rode the Heifeng heavenly dragon closer to the courtyard and landed in front of Zhou Ye. He asked seriously, "Miss Zhou Ye, are you willing to marry me?" Zhou Ye didn't know if she should agree at this time. She quickly glanced at the 2nd young master next to her. "Well, young Master Zhao, I have already proposed to Zhou Ye's father yesterday, and he has already agreed." The 2nd young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Sheng, quickly stepped forward. What a joke! He had been chasing Zhou Ye for so long, and the wedding was about to happen. Now that Zhao Kun suddenly appeared, he couldn't back down this time. So what? Zhao Kun had a look of disapproval. It was just a proposal. Even if they were already engaged and married, as long as Zhou Ye agreed, he could take her away directly. "You!" The 2nd young master's face was immediately filled with anger. However, when the words reached his throat, he swallowed them back. At this time, Zhao Kun suddenly took out a bag of soul crystals from his universe ring and threw it to the 2nd young master. He said, "I will return your betrothal gift in double. There are 5,000 soul crystals in here." 5,000 soul crystals. Hearing this, the 2nd young master's eyes brightened. If he refined all these soul crystals, his soul strength would increase greatly. If he used them for cultivation, it would be enough for him to break through to the third level of the manifestation realm. After all, the betrothal gift he gave to Zhouya's father was only 1,000 soul crystals. Although these 5,000 soul crystals were just a drop in the ocean to the entire Zhou family, was there still a chance for him to reject? Why not just take the step down? Alright, then the marriage between Zhouya and I is over. The Zhou family's second young master nodded solemnly. He was the young master of the Zhou family after all. He had to think for the Zhou family. This Zhao Kun was aggressive and didn't look like he would back down. If he fought with Zhao Kun here, then the Zhou family would be in a lot of trouble in the future. It wasn't worth it for a woman. After hearing the Zhou family's second young master's words, Zhouya looked at him in shock. The former had pursued her for so many years, and now he was giving her away just like that? Fortunately, she only cancelled the engagement and did not agree to Zhao Kun's proposal. However, her grandfather wasn't in the Zhou family. Her father couldn't even compare to her in terms of influence, let alone speaking up for her. Who could speak up for her now? However, at this moment, Zhou Sheng suddenly cried out in pain. He held his chest and took 2 steps back. Zhao Kun, who originally wanted to ask Zhouya if she agreed, was also shocked when he saw Zhou Sheng's reaction. What happened to Zhou Sheng? Not only that, but even Zhou Xiong and the others couldn't figure out the situation. Immediately, Zhou Xiong and the other experts flew over to check on Zhou Sheng's condition. Other than the power of manifestation, the manifestation realm also had the trait of spiritual consciousness. With this trait, one could use inner vision to check one's own body, as well as other people's bodies. However, with Zhou Xiong's 4th level manifestation realm cultivation, he didn't find anything wrong with Zhou Sheng's body. "Grandson, what happened to you?" Zhou Sheng's grandfather asked anxiously. "Grandfather, my heart seems to be burning. It hurts so much." Chapter 1099. His heart is burning up? Old Master Zhou Xiong quickly scanned with his spiritual consciousness, but he still did not find anything amiss. At this moment, he thought of Zhou Sheng's feelings for Zhouya and immediately understood. He's suffering from qi deviation due to anger. Zhou Xiong concluded. Suffering from qi deviation? Grandfather Zhou Sheng and the others instantly understood after hearing this. Under Zhao Kun's pressure, Zhou Sheng cancelled the engagement with Zhouya on the spot. Therefore, his qi deviation was caused by anger. Immediately, they sat down cross-legged and treated Zhou Sheng. However, how would they know that all of this was caused by Yi Xian? TSK, suffering from qi deviation due to anger, Yi Xian sneered in his heart. Zhou Sheng's pain was entirely due to the burning eye. Although the burning eye had such a name, it directly attacked Zhou Sheng's soul, although the reason could not be found. Even Zhou Sheng himself would not know that he was hit by a mental attack. No, it should be called a soul attack now. After all, this was the Zhou family. There was the 4th level of the manifestation realm Old Master Zhou, Zhou Sheng's grandfather, father, uncles, and other 3rd level of the manifestation realm experts. Even Zhao Kun, who was standing in front of Zhou Sheng, could not have used a mental attack without being discovered under the eyes of so many experts. Therefore, they unanimously believed that Zhou Sheng was the cause. Even Zhao Kun was very helpless when such a thing happened to Zhou Sheng. He did not do anything and even gave Zhou Sheng 5,000 soul crystals. However, Zhou Sheng was so angry that he suffered from qi deviation and was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. It was simply a joke. He stood there and watched as the Zhou family experts helped Zhou Sheng get through this difficult situation. However, Zhou Sheng's pain did not lessen at all under the combined efforts of so many experts. Instead, it became worse. For a full 10 seconds, Zhou Sheng was in pain for a full 10 seconds. During these 10 seconds, his mind was about to collapse. "Second young master, you really like me that much?" Zhouya, who was standing at the side, also widened her eyes. Zhou Sheng's character was not good, and he was arrogant and lustful. This was something that the entire Zhou clan knew, but now that Zhou Sheng had become like this, she mistakenly thought that Zhou Sheng had deep feelings for her. At this time, Yi Xian, who was watching from afar, looked at the group of people in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he secretly revealed a smile. It's about time. Yixian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Using the burning eye to torture Zhou Sheng for 10 seconds was already very cruel. Fortunately, Zhou Sheng was at the second level of the manifestation realm and had constructed 2 soul altars. His soul was not weak. If Zhou Sheng was only at the first level of the manifestation realm, then those 10 seconds were enough for Zhou Sheng's soul to be destroyed from the pain. After such a long period of torture, Zhou Sheng's soul was extremely weak, so Yi Xian immediately used the Eye of Control on him. The Eye of Control was different from the burning eye. Just now, Zhou Sheng hadn't figured out why he was in so much pain, but once he failed to control it, he immediately understood that he had been hit by a mental attack. Therefore, this time, Yi Xian would either succeed or die trying. Ding! Control successful. When the sound of the system notification rang out, Zhou Sheng's voice also disappeared. Right now, Zhou Sheng had become Yi Xian's servant. Other than Yi Xian, no one present would know of this secret. Even Zhou Sheng's grandfather and great-grandfather wouldn't be able to discover it. After hearing this system notification, Yi Xian sighed in relief. It seemed that the first step of his plan had succeeded. It had to be said that this Zhou Sheng was a bit difficult to deal with. After all, he was one of the 3 great geniuses of the Zhou family. Although he was only at the second level of the manifestation realm, his soul was extremely strong. Fortunately, Yi Xian's burning eye would not reveal anything, otherwise, it would be troublesome. Sheng, how are you? Zhou Sheng's grandfather hurriedly asked. Grandfather, great-grandfather, I'm fine. I've troubled you. Zhou Sheng wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, It's good that you're fine. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Sheng was one of the 3 great geniuses of the Zhou family. If he had gone mad and damaged his foundation, then all the previous treasures would have been wasted. It's good that you're fine. Zhao Kun narrowed his eyes and immediately turned to look at Zhouya. Miss Zhouya, what do you think? Just now, Zhou Sheng had cancelled the engagement, but this did not mean that Zhouya had agreed. Zhouya pondered for a moment. After glancing at the surrounding Zhou family members, she nodded silently in the end. Although she was not a member of the Zhou family, she had no choice but to accept the engagement in this situation. In that case, Miss Zhouya, please pack your luggage and return to the Zhao family with me. A hint of joy flashed in Zhao Kuan's eyes. Although Zhouya's beauty was on the same level as his wives and concubines, her potential was much greater than theirs. A 26-year-old at the second level of the manifestation realm was considered good even in the Zhao family. Young Master Zhao, can you wait for a while? Zhouya asked. It's fine. I'll wait outside for a while. Zhao Kun replied and leaped onto his black gale dragon. Great-grandfather Zhou, I'll take my leave first. Young Master Zhao, take care, Zhou Xiong replied. Although his face was expressionless, his heart was bleeding. After all, the Zhou family was swallowed up by the Zhao family this time. Zhouya, one of the 3 young geniuses of the Zhou family, was going to enter the Zhao family. This was a heavy blow to them. However, if they did not compromise, the Zhao family would definitely use force. At that time, the Zhou family's status would definitely be far worse than it was now. Soon, Zhao Kun left with the other 3 third-level manifestation realm experts, leaving behind only 6 second-level manifestation realm experts. Looking at their departing figures, Zhou Xiong and the others sighed in their hearts. This was a world where the strong were respected. However, the current Zhou Sheng was looking at him without any emotion. Sheng, go back and rest first, Zhou Sheng's grandfather said to him. Yes. Zhou Sheng nodded and left immediately. As for Zhouya, she was removed from her position under the great-grandfather Zhou Sheng's orders and replaced by another person. As for Yi Xian, when Zhou Sheng left, he pretended to be called by Zhou Sheng and left with Zhou Sheng. Yi Xian could not do anything about Zhouya. This was fate. However, he could use this opportunity to enter the Zhao family, the leader of the 8 great families. Soon, Zhou Sheng brought Yi Xian to his residence. Then, he took off the interspatial ring on his finger. Master! Zhou Sheng called out softly and passed the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Chapter 1100. How dare you call me by my name in a place like this? If your grandfather or great-grandfather hears it, I'll die a horrible death. Yi Xian reminded him. Although there was no one around, Yi Xian would be in deep trouble if someone heard Zhou Xing calling him master. How could Zhou Xing, the second young master of the Zhou clan, call Yi Xian master? Fortunately, there was no one in Zhou Xing's residence. Yi Xian took Zhou Xing's interspatial ring. Other than the 5,000 soul crystals, there were many other good items in the ring. He immediately devoured the soul crystals using a special method. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is second level of manifestation realm. The system notified. The benefits of devouring the soul crystals were the same as the treasures of heaven and earth. However, if he devoured them using a special method, Yi Xian's soul strength would increase as well. Although I am only at the second level of the manifestation realm, the strength of my soul has already surpassed the majority of those at the second level of the manifestation realm. With my current strength, it might be slightly difficult to deal with 4 third-level manifestation realm martial artists, but I have the myriad returning swords. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. Zhou Ye would be leaving with Zhao Kun soon, so he wanted to stop Zhao Kun and the other 3 along the way. Do you have anything else? Yi Xian asked. No, I've used everything. Zhou Xing shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian sensed Zhou Ye leaping into the air as if she was leaving with Zhao Kun. Fine, let's do it. Yi Xian did not waste any time and left. After all, he had just joined the Zhou clan, so no one would notice him. At that moment, Zhou Ye had already bid farewell to her father and came to the entrance of the valley. Zhao Kun and the other 3 were waiting outside on the Heifeng Tianlong. Seeing Zhou Ye coming out, Zhao Kun smiled and said, Lady Zhou Ye, come on up. Zhou Ye nodded silently and leaped onto the Heifeng Tianlong's back under the watchful eyes of the Zhou clan. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the crowd, watched the Heifeng Tianlong's departing figure and left the Zhou clan quietly. Young master, remember to let me out this time, Luo shouted from inside the storage space. No problem. Yi Xian immediately agreed. Although Luo was only at the first level of the manifestation realm, her strength had reached an explosive level after breaking through to the manifestation realm. It was only now that Yi Xian's soul strength surpassed Luo's. After leaving the Zhou residence, Yi Xian quickly followed behind. With his current strength, it wasn't a problem for him to fight against so many people. Zhao Kun and the others rode the second-level manifestation realm Black Wind Heavenly Dragon towards the Zhao family. Zhou Ye sat beside Zhao Kun and answered his questions. As for Yi Xian, he naturally used his powerful perceptive eye and spiritual sense to follow Zhao Kun. With his current speed, keeping up with Heifeng Tianlong's speed was a piece of cake. However, he was still very close to the Zhou clan, so he had to wait for a while before he could make a move. After half a day, Zhao Kun rode the Heifeng Heavenly Dragon into a 10,000-layer mountain range. This was a suitable place to make a move. Luo, get ready. Yi Xian reminded him. Yes, young master. Luo, who was in the physical space, nodded. In the next moment, Yi Xian directly performed the Eye of Glory. The glorious set instantly enveloped him. His aura was also released without any concealment. Eye of Nirvana. A silver light flashed and instantly broke through the void and attacked the second-level manifestation realm Black Wind Heavenly Dragon. Zhao Kun and the others on the Heifeng Heavenly Dragon were stunned. They suddenly turned their heads and saw the Nirvana rend. A sneak attack? One of the Zhao family's experts shouted and directly threw out a punch. Bam! The Nirvana rend was dispersed. Those in the manifestation realm already had spiritual sense, so a sneak attack wasn't that easy to succeed. Yi Xian didn't think of a sneak attack. The Nirvana rend just now was just an appetizer. Insolent scoundrel, why did you sneak attack us? Zhao Kun turned his head and shouted at Yi Xian, who was wearing the glorious golden armor. Zhao family's people, you're the one who sneak attacked us. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly performed the Eye of Illusion and Burning Eye on Zhao Kun's group. Not only that, but Zhou Ye and the Heifeng Heavenly Dragon they were riding also did the same. Mental attack? Zhao Kun and the others were stunned. They suddenly felt a burning pain in their hearts, but they didn't think of Zhou Xing half a day ago. How dare you sneak attack us when you're only in the second level of the manifestation realm? You're courting death. The Zhao family's expert shouted and dove towards Yi Xian. You're not my match alone. Attack together. Yi Xian shouted arrogantly. In the next moment, thousands of sky-quake swords swept over. Wei Zhentian was at the same level as Yi Xian. They were both in the second level of the manifestation realm, so his hardness wasn't something an ordinary person could destroy. With thousands of sky-quake swords sweeping over, even Zhao Kun didn't dare to be careless. Therefore, the other two third-level manifestation realm experts also moved. The third level of the manifestation realm isn't easy to control, so I'm sorry. Spiritual sword formation, lock. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the three Zhao family's experts who were using the manifestation realm to accelerate towards him. Clang! 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 Before the three of them could react, countless sky-quake swords fell from the sky and locked them together. At the same time, Luo Luo suddenly appeared and created hundreds of clones. Then, she madly threw the seven-colored demonic fire at the spiritual sword formation. Stop! Seeing this, Zhao Kun shouted angrily. He didn't expect a second-level manifestation realm brat to actually trap three third-level manifestation realm experts of his Zhao family. Now, he couldn't just sit back and watch. However, just as he was about to attack, whoosh! A fair and smooth palm directly slapped his back. The attack combined with the manifestation realm's manifestation realm was extremely powerful. Zhao Kun was caught off guard. His aura instantly became chaotic. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he cursed angrily, "Damn bastard, so you're with him." Was there a need to ask who ambushed him? Other than the three experts from the Zhao family, the only other person present was Zhou Ye, a member of the Zhou family. If it wasn't Zhou Ye, who could it be? If it was half a day ago, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to control Zhou Ye so easily. However, after breaking through, Yi Xian directly constructed a second soul altar, and the strength of his soul greatly increased. Zhao Kun might not be able to directly control Zhou Ye, but Yi Xian could still do it with Zhou Ye, who was at the second level of the manifestation realm. However, what Zhao Kun didn't expect was that it wasn't only Zhou Ye who betrayed him, but also the beast he had raised for many years. Black Wind Heavenly Dragon. Roar! The Black Wind Heavenly Dragon roared and reached out with a claw, directly grabbing Zhao Kun. What? Zhao Kun was already shocked. This Black Wind Heavenly Dragon had accompanied him for many years, and he had spent a lot of treasures to raise it. But today, it betrayed him. How was this possible? However, now was not the time for him to be shocked. Beast, even you dare to betray me, you're courting death. Chapter 1101. Bastard, even you dare to betray me? You're courting death. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Kun's eyes. The 10,000 mammoth force in his body suddenly exploded. After a boom, Heifeng Tianlong's claw was blown off. Roar! Heifeng Dunlong cried out in pain as his huge body was sent flying by Zhao Kun's punch. However, this also bought some time for Yi Xian. Young Master Zhao, you're finished. A cold voice entered Zhao Kun's ears. He turned his head and saw Yi Xian's claws reaching out. Suddenly, two large golden hands appeared beside him and caught him. He had just broken free from Heifeng Tianlong's claws, and now he was caught by Yi Xian's two golden dragon-catching hands. However, this time, he would not be able to break free so easily. Break free! Zhao Kun roared as his all-creation strength surged out again. However, this time, he could not break free from the two golden dragon-catching hands. During the spirit disaster, Yi Xian could not unleash the full power of the golden dragon-catching hands because he did not have all-creation strength. Now that Yi Xian was at the second level of the manifestation realm, his soul strength was not any weaker than a third level of the manifestation realm. If the two golden dragon-catching hands were to grab Heifeng Tianlong's neck, he would be strangled to death. Ah! Zhao Kun's bones cracked as the two golden dragon-catching hands gripped him. He could not help but cry out in pain. Coupled with Yi Xian's spiritual attack, he could not break free from the shackles at all. To be safe, Luo Luo did not hold back on using her skills as she swung the long whip in her hand. 100 layers of shackles. Under the double shackles, even if Zhao Kun was at the 4th level of the manifestation realm, he would not be able to break free so easily. Young master. Not far away, the 3 Zhao family experts who were trapped in the spiritual sword array were worried when they heard Zhao Kun's cry. However, they were severely injured by Luo Luo's 7-colored demonic fire. They could not break free from the giant swords, so they could only watch. Who are you? Zhao Kun roared into the sky. Who I am is not important. What is important is that you will become my servant. Yi Xian said coldly. 3rd level of the manifestation realm? So what? Under this perfect binding, Zhao Kun would need at least 20 seconds to break free, and this was under the condition that Yi Xian did not make a move. Yi Xian, on the other hand, could make Zhao Kun suffer a fate worse than death within these 20 seconds. Burning Eye. Yi Xian continued to use the Burning Eye to weaken Zhao Kun's soul. It's you. So it was you. At this point, Zhao Kun finally understood that Zhou Ye and He Feng Tianlong's betrayal was because they were controlled by Yi Xian. However, he still did not know where Yi Xian had come from. He had actually challenged 4 people at a higher level than him. Even he, the number 1 genius of the Zhao family, was beaten until he had no strength to fight back. In the beginning, Zhao Kun could still rely on his powerful soul to hold on, but by the 5th second, his mind was a little hazy. 10 seconds later, he was in so much pain that his eyes turned white. Zhao Kun's pain was much more than Zhou Sheng's. After all, Yi Xian was at the 2nd level of the manifestation realm. It's about time. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and used the Eye of Control on Zhao Kun. Ding! Control failed. The system notified. Ha! You can't control it. Zhao Kun raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a smile, but in the next moment his smile stopped abruptly. Ding! Control succeeded. The system notified again. The young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Kun, was successfully controlled by Yi Xian. Greetings, master. Zhao Kun, who was controlled, instantly lost the bindings on his body as he spoke respectfully to Yi Xian in front of him. This sentence shocked the 3 Zhao family experts in the spiritual sword array. Young master, you, a Zhao family expert who was trapped in the spiritual sword array, said in shock. The young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Kun, actually called Yi Xian master? Zhao Kun, who was at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, was actually being controlled? At this moment, Yi Xian slowly turned around and looked at the 3 people. He said, "The 3 of you, do you choose to submit or die?" Hearing this, the 3 people's bodies trembled violently. Submit or die. These 3 people were all experts recruited by the Zhao family and were not members of the Zhao family. In addition, even Zhao Kun was being controlled. If they refused, then they would definitely be killed. The 3 of them looked at each other and finally said in unison, "We choose to submit." Good. This answer made Yi Xian beam with joy. It was so easy to talk to smart people. Immediately, he used the Eye of Control on the 3 people. Although he failed a few times, these people were determined to submit to him, so he quickly controlled all of them. If Yi Xian wanted to kill them, he would not have asked Luo Luo to show mercy, and these 3 people would not have survived until now. This time, Yi Xian directly subdued 4 experts at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, which was a huge gain. Then he directly took off their universe rings. Unfortunately, the things inside could not help him break through. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Although there were not many things, there were still ores. After Yi Xian devoured them, a notification rang out from the system. After forming a co-growth contract with Wei Zhentian, as long as Yi Xian devoured ores, weapons, and the like, Wei Zhentian would also devour that many things. In addition to the accelerated growth of the beast god bloodline, Wei Zhentian directly broke through to the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. The few of you heal your wounds first. Yi Xian took out some blood bottles from the Devourer space and threw them to the few people, including He Feng Tianlong. Then, Yi Xian turned to look at Zhou Ye and said, "You don't have to go to the Zhao family anymore. Go back to the Zhou family and say that Zhao Kun suddenly changed his mind." "Yes, master." Zhou Ye responded with a grateful expression on her face. Since these people were at the second and third level of the manifestation realm, and Luoluo was only at the first level of the manifestation realm, Yixian did not pass these people to Luoluo. Even if Luoluo's soul was strong, it would consume a lot of her soul energy to control them. However, it was different for Yixian. Yixian's Eye of Control had 25 slots. Moreover, it did not consume soul energy to control them, which was much simpler. After giving out the instructions, Zhou Ye immediately left. Yixian, Zhao Kun, and the other 3 people rode the Heifeng Tianlong to the Zhao family. When we reach the Zhao family, tell them that I'm a genius of the Zhou family, so they brought me back for training, Yixian said to Zhao Kun. Yes, master. Zhao Kun immediately nodded. Chapter 1102. By the way, Zhao Kun, when was the last time the 8 great families used the Transrealm Teleportation Array? Yixian suddenly asked. The Transrealm Teleportation Array was activated a year ago. Zhao Kun answered without hesitation. Yixian was just asking casually, but Zhao Kun's answer shocked him. The Transrealm Teleportation Array was activated a year ago? However, the people he controlled from the 8 great families all said that the most recent time was 2 years ago. Are you sure? Who used the teleportation array? Yixian asked with a frown. My father said so. I wasn't in the family at that time. It was said that the one who used the 8 great families' teleportation array was a strange senior. At the same time, he brought 2 people, a man and a woman, Zhao Kun explained. A strange senior, a man and a woman. Hearing this, Yixian's eyes widened. He was now sure that the ones who used the Transrealm Teleportation Array were the Patriarch Yin Yang and Cai Juesong. I finally found them. Yixian's heart began to beat faster. Master, I happened to see those 3 people at that time. At this time, a third-level manifestation realm Zhao family martial artist interjected. You saw them? See if it's those 3. Yixian quickly took out the portraits of the Patriarch Yin Yang and Cai Juesong from the devouring space. Yes, it's them. The Zhao family martial artist nodded solemnly. He was already controlled by Yixian's Eye of Control, so his words could not be false. All right, tell me the situation at that time. Yixian shouted in a low voice. He originally thought that he had found the wrong place and that the Patriarch Yin Yang did not leave from the 8 great families' Transrealm Teleportation Array. Now, it seemed that he had found the right place. At that time, I was discussing with the Patriarch. That senior had just arrived and scared us. Then, that senior directly took out millions of soul crystals. He was extremely generous and did not have any aura. He was like an ordinary person. He was obviously a super expert, so the Patriarch immediately agreed. The Zhao family martial artist described the situation at that time. What was the situation with that man and woman? Yixian asked again. At that time, they were following behind that senior. They didn't say anything, but their auras were much stronger than the Patriarch's. Powerful? A lot? Yixian was helpless. The Zhao family's martial artist was talking about the situation a year ago. A year ago, Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song had already surpassed the Zhao family's Patriarch. In other words, old ancestor Yin Yang had allowed the Song siblings to break through to the manifestation realm from the supremacy realm in a short period of time. What realm is your clan head at? Yixian asked curiously. My father was at the 5th level of the manifestation realm last year, but he has already broken through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm this year. Zhao Kun answered without even thinking. 5th level of the manifestation realm. Yixian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If that was the case, then Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song's strength had already surpassed the 5th level of the manifestation realm at that time. Seeing that Yixian was interested in this, Zhao Kun continued. My father said that the senior's strength was unfathomable. He was at least a Nether Passage realm expert. Nether Passage realm? Yixian raised his eyebrows. He suddenly thought of a question and asked, can a Nether Passage realm expert live for 300 years? Back then, old ancestor Yin Yang had searched for a perfect Yin and Yang dual physique for a full 230 years. Therefore, Yixian estimated that the old man was at least 300 years old, or even 400 years old. Zhao Kun thought for a moment before replying. Even if it's a manifestation realm expert, if they don't have any hidden injuries on their body, they can only live for 200 years at most. A nether passage realm expert can only live for 50 years at most. As for living for 300 to 400 years, I reckon that only Nirvana realm experts can do it. In this world, it was difficult for martial artists to make breakthroughs through normal cultivation. Only by constantly fighting and killing could they increase their strength quickly. Constantly fighting and lingering on the edge of life and death would leave behind hidden injuries in their bodies, resulting in short lifespans. Although the sect of the God of Ghosts and Corpse King Palace had 1,000-year-old ghosts, they had all died during spirit disaster. It was impossible to refine a manifestation realm expert into a corpse king or ghost spirit. Tell me about the realms after the manifestation realm. Yi Xian saw that Zhao Kun knew a lot and hurriedly asked again. Right now, he only knew about the manifestation realm. He didn't know what was after the manifestation realm. Manifestation realm, nether passage realm, fulfillment realm, fragmentation realm, nirvana realm, longevity realm, samsara realm, indestructible realm, and heaven connecting realm. These 9 realms are collectively known as the 9 realms of heaven connecting realm. The manifestation realm is only the first of the 9 realms of heaven connecting realm. I'm not too sure about the nether passage realm, fulfillment realm, and fragmentation realm, but I've heard that in the nirvana realm, every time a nirvana realm expert succeeds, their lifespan will greatly increase. As for the longevity realm, it's even more terrifying. It's said that one can live for several thousand years. After Yi Xian heard Zhao Kun's words, he was completely shocked. There were actually so many realms after the manifestation realm. No wonder there was always a saying in the world, the martial path had no end. It turned out that this was really just the beginning. The nirvana realm greatly increases one's lifespan, and the longevity realm increases one's lifespan by several thousand years. What about the rebirth realm, imperishable realm, and heaven connecting realm? Yi Xian asked again. It said that the rebirth realm allows one to break through life and death and reincarnate. If someone is dissatisfied with their current situation, or is nearing the end of their lifespan, or is heavily injured, they can reincarnate and cultivate again. It said that the imperishable realm experts can be reborn from a drop of blood, becoming immortal and indestructible. As for the heaven connecting realm, they already have the means to reach the heavens. I'm not very clear about that either. Zhao Kun explained to Yi Xian one by one. Yi Xian and Luo Luo were so shocked that they had no words to say. The rebirth realm actually allowed one to reincarnate. In the future, if there were experts nearing the end of their lifespan, they could reincarnate and cultivate again. That way they could live forever. As for the imperishable realm, it was even more terrifying. They could actually be reborn from a drop of blood. They were practically unkillable cockroaches. The heaven connecting realm has the means to reach the heavens. This sounds very powerful. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and asked again. That is to say, everyone in this world could have been an unparalleled expert in their previous life? Master, you could have been a super expert in the heaven connecting realm in your previous life. Zhao Kun hurriedly flattered him. Hearing this, Yi Xian also recalled himself. He had transmigrated, but before he transmigrated, the unlucky Yi Xian had already died. Then, was he the unlucky Yi Xian in his previous life, or was he the Yi Xian from Earth? Chapter 1103. It's a bit messy. Let's not think about it. My previous life is my previous life, and this life is my current life. If he's really the reincarnation of an expert, then hurry up and unlock my inherited memories. It's best to give me the location of a huge treasure or a peerless divine technique. Yi Xian shook his head. It was useless to think so much now. Anyway, he was only in the manifestation realm now. Nirvana, longevity, reincarnation, and immortality were all too far away from him. What he was thinking now was to find Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song, then kill that yin-yang old ancestor. It was that simple. Now, Yi Xian finally found another clue. Next, he would go through the inter-realm portal of the 8 great families and head to the glazed light's sacred ground. However, to use the inter-realm portal, he would need the approval of 4 of the 8 great families. This was not a simple matter. However, he had Zhao Kun, the young master of the Zhao family, as his servant. It was not impossible to use the interrealm portal. A day later, the Haifeng dragon entered the Zhao family's territory. The checkpoints set up by the Zhao family were all opened after seeing Zhao Kun and the others on the Haifeng dragon. What's going on? Why does the Zhao family have so many checkpoints? Aren't they being too careful? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Master, it's like this. Recently, the 4 great families and the Bloodcloth sect have some conflicts, so the Bloodcloth sect wants to get rid of us. These checkpoints are to prevent the Bloodcloth sect's assassins from sneaking in and killing the people of the Zhao family. Zhao Kun replied. The Bloodcloth sect is not weak to be able to go against the 8 great families, right? Yi Xian murmured. If the 4 great families were to unite, we would not be afraid of the Bloodcloth sect. However, the 4 great families were established separately, so we have to be careful, Zhao Kun said. After hearing this, Yi Xian nodded silently. No wonder Zhao Kun was in a hurry to return to the Zhao family. He was afraid of the Bloodcloth sect's assassins. At this moment, they had passed through the last checkpoint of the Zhao family and landed in front of the Zhao family. The Zhao family, the head of the 8 great families, just the land they occupied was several times larger than the Zhou family, and their population had reached 50,000 people. There were more than 100 manifestation realm experts in the Zhao family alone. Among them, there was even an aura stronger than the Zhou family's old patriarch, Zhou Xiong, and there was more than one of them. The Zhao family was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Zhao Kun, you're back? As soon as they landed, a middle-aged man came up to them. Second uncle, the Zhou clan has agreed to cooperate, Zhao Kun said directly when he saw the person. Zhao Kun's second uncle, Zhao Xian, wasn't very strong. Like Zhao Kun, he was only at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, but his management skills were impressive. His status was second only to the Zhao family patriarch. Alright, then we will be called the 4 great families from now on. However, I am afraid that the blood-clad sect will directly attack the 4 great families. Zhao Xian said worriedly. Second uncle, we are the Bloodcloth sect's main target. The Zhou family is only a 4th-level manifestation realm martial artist like Patriarch Zhou. The Bloodcloth sect is nothing in their eyes, reminded Zhao Kun. It's better to be careful. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yi Xian and Luoluo. He said, These 2 they are good friends I made while traveling outside. They have now joined my Zhao family, Zhao Kun hurriedly replied. Previously, Yi Xian wanted to use the excuse of being a Zhou family disciple to join the Zhao family. However, after controlling Zhao Kun, he thought that using this excuse was better. Being a good friend of the Zhao family's young master would make it easier for him to act in the future. Your good friend? Zhao Xian was slightly surprised after hearing this. Because Zhao Kun had a proud and aloof personality, those who could make friends with him definitely had some ability. Zhao Xian carefully sized them up. He estimated that Yi Xian was younger than Zhao Kun. Being able to break through to the 2nd level of the manifestation realm, he could be considered a top figure. After all, Zhao Kun had the Zhao family as his backing. As for Luoluo, she was even more terrifying. This little girl is from the Fox clan. This is rare. How old are you this year? Zhao Xian's gaze fell on Luoluo. 15 this year. Luoluo smiled sweetly. 15? This answer gave Zhao Xian a fright. One should know that when Zhao Kun was 15, he had not broken through to the manifestation realm. However, Luoluo was already at the 1st level of the manifestation realm. Her aptitude was much better than Zhao Kun's. The Fox clan is born with the ability to charm. If they mate with a human, unless their bloodline or realm is suppressed, they will also be born from the Fox clan. In my Zhao family, there has never been a member of the Fox clan. If this little girl can marry into my Zhao family's stability will greatly increase in the future. Zhao Xian looked at Luoluo with a smile as he thought to himself. His plan was to let Zhao Kun marry Luoluo and become a member of the Zhao family. At that time, he could use Luoluo's charm ability to charm people from other factions and obtain secrets. It could also increase the Zhao family's stability. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, it was killing 3 birds with 1 stone because Luo's aptitude was stronger than Zhao Kuan's. Good. Zhao Kuan, you have done well this time. Immediately arrange the best residence for our esteemed guest, Zhao Xian hurriedly said. Yes, second uncle. Zhao Kuan nodded slightly and immediately rode the Heifeng heavenly dragon into the Zhao family. Zhao Xian looked at their backs and revealed a sly expression. However, what he did not know was that he had invited an ingrate into his house. Soon, Zhao Kuan rode the Heifeng heavenly dragon and landed in his courtyard. Master, there are a few residences beside my residence. You can stay there from now on, Zhao Kuan said to Yixian. The residences don't matter. The 4 of you should move quickly. Yixian jumped off the Heifeng heavenly dragon and landed on the ground. He could not wait and said, the move he was talking about was to confiscate all of Zhao Kuan's belongings. After all, the 4 of them were out on a mission and would not bring everything with them. Yes. The 4 of them responded, and the other 3 Zhao family's consecrators quickly left. Zhao Kuan also directly entered the room and then opened a hidden mechanism array and took out an interspatial ring. Yixian took the interspatial ring from Zhao Kuan and quickly checked it. 10,000 soul crystals and various worldly treasures. Yixian narrowed his eyes and said, these 5,000 soul crystals and worldly treasures, go and exchange them all for ores. Although the special soul crystals could increase Yixian's cultivation level and soul strength, if they were exchanged for ores, Wei Zhentian would be able to absorb 5,000 soul crystals due to the co-growth contract. It was equivalent to double the amount. Although Zhao Kuan did not know why Yixian wanted ores, he immediately did as he was told. While he was gone, Yixian took advantage of the time when he was gone to take the heavenly and earthly treasures for cultivation and then specially devoured the remaining 5,000 soul crystals. Chapter 1104. Now that I have constructed 2 soul altars, if I refine the soul crystals, it actually increases the soul strength of both soul altars. I thought I would have to split them equally. Yixian suddenly noticed this. This was a pretty good piece of news. In next to no time, the other 3 experts at the 3rd level of the Wanxiang stage returned. This time, Yixian directly swallowed all of their things. It was already not bad for a 3rd level manifestation realm martial practitioner to have more than 5,000 soul crystals. After all, they had to cultivate themselves. The total value of these 3 people barely surpassed 10,000 soul crystals. After breaking through to the manifestation realm, my experience has increased greatly. What a tragedy! Yixian waited in Zhao Kuan's courtyard with slight helplessness. A while later, Zhao Kuan returned. Young master, I have already gone to the weapon pavilion to exchange all of the soul crystals for forging materials. Zhao Kuan handed over a universe ring. Yixian took the universe ring and consumed all of the forging materials inside. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. The system notified. Right now, Wei Zhentian had surpassed Yixian and reached the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. However, Yixian was still stuck at the 2nd level of the manifestation realm and could not break through. Wei Zhentian's breakthrough could first increase the strength of the sky shaking sword, then increase his strength. Right now, he could probably fight a 3rd level manifestation realm expert alone. If he used 10,000 swords, its power would increase greatly. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I haven't been able to break through yet, but now that I have heard the news, I need to increase my strength as soon as possible. Yixian's mind moved. Right now, he was in the Zhao family, the head of the 4 great families. The Zhao family had a rich foundation. If he did not take advantage of it, he would be letting down Zhao Kuan. Using the eye of control to control people and take their wealth was a good method, but he could use other methods to make money. There are materials in the devouring space. Yixian's gaze swept and finally landed on a pill. Soul condensing pill could increase the strength of the soul. This pill is not bad. Yixian nodded slightly. This soul consolidating pill could be directly exchanged for using the super devouring crystal. There was no need to refine it. However, the disadvantage was that the pills used for cultivation were useless to him. Zhao Kuan, take these 100 low-rank soul consolidating pills. They can increase the strength of one's soul by quite a bit. They are definitely much better than soul crystals. You can decide the price. Yi Xian threw a universe ring to Zhao Kun and said, "You said that the Zhao family had a spirit spring. Take Luoluo there and cultivate." "Yes, master," Zhao Kun replied. There was a spirit spring in the Zhao family, and the heaven and earth yuan qi was very abundant. It was the place where the Zhao family members cultivated. Luoluo, on the other hand, could absorb heaven and earth yuan qi on her own. With the help of heaven and earth treasures and the effects of the spirit spring, she would probably be able to break through again very soon. After that, Zhao Kun and the others left while Yi Xian continued to wait. After a while, Luoluo's surprised voice sounded. "Young master, the heaven and earth yuan qi in the spirit spring is really abundant. Give me 2 hours, and I can break through to the second level of the manifestation realm. In 3 days I can break through to the third level of the manifestation realm." Hearing this, Yi Xian revealed a satisfied smile. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline was really too terrifying. It could actually absorb the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi. If Luoluo were to refine the heaven and earth yuan qi, the speed would be explosive. After a period of time, Zhao Kun returned once again. "Young master, the 100 soul consolidating pills were worth a total of 30,000 soul crystals. Among them, we also exchanged 10,000 soul crystals for forging materials." After Zhao Kun finished speaking, he handed the items to Yi Xian. These soul consolidating pills were exchanged directly. It was much more expensive than if Yi Xian personally refined them. Therefore, the profit was not much. However, these items were enough for Yi Xian to break through. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the third level of the manifestation realm. After he swallowed everything, he heard a series of system notifications. He finally broke through. At this time, Zhao Kun said, "Oh right, master. Just now, our Zhao family received news that the experts of our 4 major families in Golden Flame City were all assassinated by the Bloodcloth sect. All of them were killed by the Bloodcloth sect?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was really unfortunate news for the Zhao family. Our Zhao family and the Bloodcloth sect have conflicts. The Bloodcloth sect is an assassin organization and has the portraits of most of the experts of our 4 major families. Therefore, this time, we want to send some experts who just joined our Zhao family to investigate. Zhao Kun continued. "Experts who just joined the Zhao family? Then I fit the bill." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew why Zhao Kun brought this up. He wanted to ask him if he was willing to go. However, before he went, he had to ask about the specific situation. How many experts do the 4 major families of Golden Flame City have? Yi Xian asked. Our 4 major families each have 2 4th-level manifestation realm experts and 5 3rd-level manifestation realm experts in Golden Flame City. Zhao Kun answered without thinking. 2 4th-level manifestation realm experts and 5 3rd-level manifestation realm experts. Then in total, there are 8 4th-level manifestation realm experts and 23rd-level manifestation realm experts. With this kind of strength, they were actually wiped out by the Bloodcloth sect. It seems that the Bloodcloth sect also sent many experts. Yi Xian muttered and asked again, "Then, will the Zhao family send a 5th-level manifestation realm expert this time?" "No, this is obviously a trap set by the Bloodcloth sect. That is why we need to send people to investigate first. Our Zhao family only has 3 5th-level manifestation realm experts. We cannot lose any of them." Zhao Kun shook his head. "A trap, huh?" Yi Xian pondered for a moment in his heart. The Bloodcloth sect's assassins suddenly attacked Golden Flame City and killed all the experts of the 4 major families. Perhaps a 5th-level manifestation realm expert came. If the 4 major families rashly sent experts, it would be a tragedy if they fell into a trap. That was why they sent people to investigate first. Yi Xian possessed the eye of control and just so happened to have just joined the Zhao family. The Bloodcloth sect did not have information on him. If he went to investigate, it would be extremely easy. Golden Flame City is a springboard for me. As long as this matter is resolved, I can at least break through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm. Thinking of this, Yi Xian agreed, "All right, I will go this time." "Master, my father has already sent experts. This is the map." Zhao Kun took out a map and handed it to Yi Xian without hesitation. "Remember to take good care of Luoluo when I am not here," Yi Xian reminded. Although Luoluo should not be in any danger in the Zhao family, who knew if the Bloodcloth sect would directly attack? Fortunately, Yi Xian still had the Eye of the Void. He directly located the Zhao family. If Luoluo was in danger, he could directly send a sound transmission to him. At that time, he would directly fly back. Chapter 1105. Golden Fire City was a day's journey from the Zhao family. This was based on the speed of a level 3 manifestation realm martial artist. However, it was only a matter of half a day for Yi Xian. Less than 2 hours after he left the Zhao family, Luoluo sent him news of her breakthrough. The current Luoluo had no problem dealing with a level 3 manifestation realm martial artist. Even a level 4 manifestation realm martial artist would not be able to kill her. After the Corpse King Palace was destroyed, the mission system never appeared again. It's a bit of a scam. Give me another mission this time, Yi Xian thought to himself as he hurried on his way. He had accepted 2 chain random missions and completed them each time. Moreover, the mission rewards were quite good. Bloodline was the foundation of his ability to challenge those of a higher level. If his bloodline was strong enough, it would not be a problem for him to challenge those of a level 4 or 5. However, what Yi Xian wanted the most recently was the Combat Bloodline expansion tab. This was because he already had 5 bloodlines in his body. He only needed 1 more to activate the Bloodline Fusion System. He wondered how powerful the Bloodline Fusion System was. Yi Xian did not know the effects of the Bloodline Fusion System. However, Yi Xian had already chosen the second Combat Bloodline. This Combat Bloodline appeared after the system was updated. It was much more powerful than the Sword God Bloodline. Unfortunately, he could not activate the Combat Bloodline expansion tab yet. Half a day passed by quickly. After half a day, Yi Xian arrived at Golden Fire City. It was currently late at night, but the city gates of Golden Fire City were not closed. Golden Fire City was brightly lit and there was an endless stream of people. Human manifestation realm martial artists that had not appeared in the land of the dead for thousands of years could be seen everywhere in Golden Fire City. Although the 4 major families were established separately in Golden Fire City, they were not far from each other. The Bloodcloth sect was actually able to assassinate all the martial artists. Perhaps they are at level 5 manifestation realm, Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked towards the Zhao family's stronghold in Golden Fire City. Golden Fire City was already occupied by the Bloodcloth sect. Occasionally, there would be Bloodcloth sect disciples wandering around. They were looking for people from the 4 major families. Yi Xian had only been in the Zhao family for half a day. It was impossible for these people to recognize him. Soon, he arrived at Golden Flame City's Zhao family. However, there were no longer any manifestation realm Zhao family members in the Zhao family. All of them were experts from the Bloodclad sect. Only a 4th level manifestation realm martial artist. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. With his strength at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, killing a 4th level manifestation realm martial artist wasn't difficult. However, since Golden Fire City's Zhao clan had a 4th level manifestation realm martial artist, the other 3 clans might also have one as well. Thus, he still had to investigate the other 3 clans first. He hurriedly visited the other 3 clans and discovered that they all only had 1 4th level manifestation realm expert. This was a little illogical. The 4 great clans had a total of 8 4th level manifestation realm martial artists stationed in Golden Flame City. Although it was possible for 4 4th level manifestation realm martial artists to assassinate them, it was unlikely. Could it be that this is not a trap, and after the Bloodcloth sect's experts finished killing, they directly left? Yi Xian pondered. Just in case, he decided to walk around a bit more. As expected, things weren't as simple as they seemed. Although the 4 great clans had set up strongholds separately, there was still a palace in the middle of the 4 great clans for discussion. And in this palace, there was actually a 5th level manifestation realm martial artist. A 5th level manifestation realm martial artist. If I don't have 10,000 swords returned to origin, it will be more troublesome to deal with him. Yi Xian wasn't confident. After all, 10,000 swords returned to origin still needed a day to cool down. Although he could still make a move without this trump card, it would alert the enemy. The others probably haven't arrived yet. I better infiltrate them secretly. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and decided not to clash head-on with this group of blood-clothed assassins. He immediately returned to Golden Fire City's Zhao clan. Eye of Control. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. The 2 second-level manifestation realm blood-clothed assassins guarding the entrance of Golden Fire City's Zhao clan were easily controlled by Yi Xian. You come here. Yi Xian gave an order to one of the blood-clothed assassins through the air. The blood-clothed assassin left his post and followed Yi Xian into a small alley. What's your name? Yi Xian asked. Li Gang. The 30-year-old blood-clothed assassin answered. Deaths and injuries are inevitable due to the grudges between 2 clans. Yi Xian muttered and directly stabbed the blood-clothed assassin's chest with his sword. Rip. The second-level manifestation realm blood-clothed assassin died instantly. Then Yi Xian put away the corpse and the universe ring, and put on the face-changing mask at the same time. In the next moment, his face turned into Li Gang's appearance. Although this blood-clothed assassin was already dead, Yi Xian could disguise himself as anyone he controlled. Coincidentally, his figure was similar to this blood-clothed assassin, so he wouldn't be exposed normally. Blood-clothed sect cultivates the blue blood technique. Their bodies emit a bloody aura. Yi Xian learned the blue blood technique in the universe ring and walked out. Now, he was blood-clothed sect's disciple, Li Gang. He wanted to use this identity to enter Golden Fire City's Zhao clan. The blood-clothed sect was an assassin organization with extremely powerful assassination methods. The Zhao clan's experts were all killed in this way. This time, Yi Xian wanted to use assassination methods to eliminate the blood-clothed sect's experts. Using the eye of perception and his spiritual sense, he could sense every movement of all the blood-clothed assassins in the Zhao clan. Currently, in the Zhao clan, other than the 4th-level manifestation realm expert, there were 4 3rd-level manifestation realm experts. Yi Xian used Li Gang's identity to enter Golden Fire City's Zhao clan and approached the nearest 3rd-level manifestation realm expert. On the way, when some of the Zhao clan servants saw him, they immediately lowered their heads and walked quickly, not daring to look him in the eye. The blood-clothed sect was infamous. If they were provoked, their heads would roll in the next moment. Soon, Yi Xian found his first target. This blood-clothed sect's enforcer was cultivating in the courtyard when Yi Xian directly walked over. All manifestation realm experts had spiritual senses. Even if they closed their eyes, they could still sense the movements in their surroundings. This 3rd-level manifestation realm expert sensed Yi Xian's arrival and asked without opening his eyes, "What is it?" "Lord Enforcer, this disciple picked up a treasure map and wishes to present it to you." Yi Xian disguised himself as Li Gang and said. Although he was at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, he could suppress himself to the 2nd level of the manifestation realm with the help of the disguise mask. At such a close distance, even this 3rd-level enforcer did not discover him. A treasure map? This enforcer opened his eyes with interest. Yi Xian used this opportunity to approach him and took out a sheepskin scroll at the same time. This blood-clothed sect enforcer's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to praise Yi Xian, the sound of wind suddenly appeared. Chapter 1106. Whoosh! A cold glint entered the left side of the blood-cloth sect's protector's chest. His body trembled slightly as his eyes rolled upwards. Zhao family's strongest sword technique, heart-shattering sword. Although the wound on the blood-cloth sect guardian's left chest was so small that it did not even bleed, his heart had already been split into 2. 3rd level of the manifestation realm, dead. Subsequently, Yi Xian quickly put away the blood-cloth sect guardian's corpse and interspatial ring. F***ck, there's no reason for there to be so little. Could it be that everything was turned in? Yi Xian checked the interspatial ring and realized that there was not much in it. It seemed that the blood-cloth sect's experts had taken everything. However, Yi Xian did not care. After all, The Zhao family still had 3 third level of the Manifestation Realm experts and more than 22nd level of the Manifestation Realm experts. If he killed all of these people, the total amount of loot would be very impressive. Subsequently, Yi Xian continued his operation. Along the way, he encountered some 2nd level of the Manifestation Realm disciples and killed them without hesitation. With his cultivation level, he probably did not even need half a second to kill these people. In less than a minute, the entire Bloodcloth sect's disciples in the Zhao family of Golden Flame City were almost wiped out. At the same time, Yi Xian also obtained a large amount of wealth. At this moment, the 4th level Manifestation Realm Blood Cloak sect elder from Golden Flame City's Zhao clan opened his eyes. He felt that something wasn't right. Originally, he could sense quite a few auras, but now, only a few auras remained. These bastards, did they all go out to slack off? The Bloodcloth sect's elder cursed in his heart before he walked out to check. They had a mission in the Zhao family of Golden Flame City. They did not know when the experts from the 4 major families would arrive, so they could not relax. However, when he walked out, a Bloodcloth sect's disciple approached him. "What's going on? Why did everyone leave?" The Bloodcloth sect's elder asked. Elder Chiu came over just now and took everyone away. He said that he discovered the experts from the 8 major families and started to search for them, the Bloodcloth sect's disciple replied. "I see. All right then. You guys keep a lookout." The blood-robed sect elder didn't think too much about it. After he spoke, he turned around and returned to his room. But at this moment, swish! The sound of something breaking through the air was suddenly heard. What? The Bloodcloth sect's elder was shocked. However, when his 10,000 mammoth force surged out, a cold light had already entered his head. Pooh! A muffled sound came from his head, and then his body slowly fell down. He couldn't understand why a fellow disciple would ambush him, and what he couldn't understand even more was that with his cultivation at the 4th level of the manifestation stage, he was actually successfully ambushed by a 2nd level manifestation stage disciple. How was this possible? However, how could he know that the blood-clad sect's disciple in front of him was only a disguise? This person was none other than Yi Xian. Success! Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he quickly collected the corpse of the blood-clad sect's elder. So what if the Bloodcloth sect was proficient in assassination? Didn't they still die in his hands? With his strength, even if he directly killed his way into Golden Flame City's Zhao clan, he wouldn't be in any danger. However, this would attract the attention of the other 3 clans. Most importantly, the 5th level manifestation stage blood-clad sect's expert would make a move. However, using this kind of assassination method to eliminate the blood-clad sect's expert bit by bit, even if the blood-clad sect's expert had a high cultivation, he wouldn't know. Immediately, Yi Xian checked the interspatial ring of the dead blood-clad sect's elder. Not bad, 20,000 soul crystals and a large amount of items. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Although 20,000 soul crystals couldn't help him break through, it could increase his cultivation and soul strength by at least 30%. Next, he would clean up all the blood-clad sect's disciples in the Zhao clan, leaving none behind. After that, he left Golden Flame City's Zhao clan and headed to his next target. With the Eye of Control, his disguise ability was unmatched. Using the same method, he also cleaned up the Qian clan, which was ranked 2nd among the 4 major clans. Next was the 3rd clan, the Sun clan. Once I clean up the 4 major clans, I'll probably be able to break through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm. At that time, I'll find trouble with that 5th level manifestation realm expert. As Yi Xian thought in his heart, he used the same method as before to infiltrate the Sun clan. With the strength of his soul, he could directly control a 3rd level manifestation realm expert. He didn't need to kill them. Controlling people was much more useful than killing them. Soon, the 5 manifestation realm experts of the Sun clan were all under Yi Xian's control, and all their items fell into his pocket. Unfortunately, these people didn't have many items on them, so they probably all fell into the hands of the 5th level manifestation realm expert. Next, Yi Xian was going to assassinate the 4th level manifestation realm expert overseeing the Sun clan. Elder Chiu, I obtained a treasure map in a hidden location in the Sun clan. I want to give it to you. Yi Xian arrived outside the blood-clad sect's elder's room and shouted. Creak. The door opened, and a red-haired old man walked out. Treasure map? Let me take a look. The red-haired old man was also very interested, because Yi Xian said that he found it in a hidden location in the Sun Clan. It might be something good. Yi Xian took the opportunity to approach with the treasure map, then passed it to the red-haired old man. The red-haired old man took the map and opened it to take a look, but he couldn't find any clues for a moment. As for Yi Xian, he was prepared to take advantage of the time when the old man was sizing up the treasure map to kill him. But right at this moment, enemy attack. An explosive shout spread throughout the Sun Clan. Enemy attack? The Sun Clan's blood-clad sect expert trembled. At the same time, the red-haired old man in front of Yi Xian abruptly turned his head, just in time to see Yi Xian pull out the Skyquake sword and stab at him. You scoundrel, you dare to ambush me? The red-haired old man immediately used his all-creation strength to dodge the fatal strike, but he was also shocked. If it wasn't for that explosive shout, he would have been killed by Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was also very helpless. He knew that he couldn't be exposed. That explosive shout should have been from the other blood-clad sect members who had discovered the experts of the 4 great clans and wanted to warn the others. What a useless teammate! Yi Xian cursed in his heart. If it wasn't for those obstructing experts of the 4 great clans, he would have succeeded. However, so what if he failed once? Heartbreak sword technique, heartbreak sword. Yi Xian held the Skyquake sword and stabbed at the red-haired old man again. Zhao Clan's heartbreak sword technique. The red-haired old man recognized it at a glance and hurriedly used his all-creation strength to repel Yi Xian's Skyquake sword. At the same time, he also struck out with his palm, hitting Yi Xian's shoulder. Chapter 1107. Bang! The sound spread out and attracted the attention of the surrounding people. However, Yi Xian did this on purpose. Old man, try my killing technique with my eyes. Yi Xian laughed in his heart as his eyes flashed. Eye of devastation. The silver slash pierced through the air and instantly cut off the red-clothed old man's head. However, at the same time, he was also targeted by the surrounding people and exposed his identity. He killed Elder Qiu. Quick! Informed the blood-clothed emperor. In the next moment, several red lights rose into the sky and then exploded under the night sky. Blood-colored fireworks were extremely dazzling. On the other side, a blood-clothed youth in the discussion palace of the 4 major clans opened his eyes and quickly rushed out. Exposed? So what? Yi Xian sneered. He had just infiltrated the Zhou clan and only controlled 5 third-level manifestation realm protectors. As for the first-level and second-level manifestation realm disciples, he had not killed them yet. He immediately killed his way out and killed the 30 blood-clothed sect disciples around him. After the last person died, there was also an extremely strong aura that broke into his perception range. That 5th-level manifestation realm expert? The blood-clothed emperor? Yi Xian frowned slightly. He had heard what the group of disciples said earlier, but he never expected that the 5th-level manifestation realm expert overseeing Golden Flame City was actually the Bloodcloth sect's young sect master, Shui Yi, who was also the Shui Yi Tianzi. He dared to call himself emperor. He was quite bold. Emperor, son of heaven. This blood-clothed sect's young master dared to call himself the blood-clothed emperor, so he definitely had some skills. Come, let me kill you, emperor. Yi Xian was waiting in the Sun Clan. However, at this moment, ding, the host triggered a random mission. Kill the blood-clothed emperor. Reward, Divine Tree of Life Bloodline Advancement once. The system notification suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It was finally triggered. He had always had a premonition that this operation would trigger a random mission, but he didn't expect it to really come true. Although the Tree of Life's bloodline advancement was not as effective as other bloodlines, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't reject it since it was a free gift. Blood Robe Tianzi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Xian roared. His entire body blossomed with golden light like the sun. After the brilliant golden armor appeared, he launched an attack at the blood-robed prince. Beams of golden sword chi merged with the all-creation's force and swept toward the blood-robed emperor. Third level of the manifestation realm? The blood-robed emperor was stunned. He didn't expect that the one who attacked him was only at the third level of the manifestation realm. However, he could also sense that the all-creation strength of the blade before him was almost on par with a fourth-level manifestation realm martial artist. Moreover, its attack far surpassed that of an ordinary fourth-level manifestation realm martial artist. "I don't care who you are, die." The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven didn't say anything and directly fought back. A golden sword chi and a scarlet sword chi collided. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and waves of air surged. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's face sank. He was slightly surprised and felt very uncomfortable. As the young lord of the blood-robed sect, a fifth-level manifestation realm martial artist, he couldn't kill a 10,000-level manifestation realm martial artist in one strike. It was simply a disgrace. Crimson blood overflowing sky. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was already prepared to tear Xianxia into pieces. With a bang, the true qi in his body gushed out crazily and condensed into a blood cloud above their heads. Xianxia glanced at the blood cloud above his head. Coincidentally, the blood cloud extended a few blood tentacles and grabbed at him. This move had already been copied by Xianxia, but because he hadn't mastered the blue blood technique yet, it didn't have much effect. Divine power, dragon-catching hand. Xianxia directly ignored the blood tentacles and launched an attack at the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. Although the Zhao family also had many divine powers, Xianxia felt that there was a saying that was very good. One skill could conquer the world. The dragon-catching hand's restriction ability was very strong. Coupled with the heartbreak sword technique and a movement technique, it was enough. A golden dragon-catching hand appeared, but the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven had already dodged it. Go ahead and hide. Let's see who has more true qi. Xianxia coldly snorted in his heart. In terms of recovery ability, he wasn't afraid of anyone. The divine power consumed a lot of true qi, but he could still recover. Dragon-catching hand. Heartbreak sword technique. Xianxia dodged while attacking the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. However, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven didn't counterattack. This kid is condensing the blood cloud. What is he planning to do? Xianxia, who had the Eye of Revelation, immediately discovered the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's little trick. Those tentacles were actually grabbing the ordinary people around them. These people were grabbed by the blood tentacles and immediately had their blood sucked out, turning into dried corpses. At this moment, whoosh whoosh, the blood cloud above his head suddenly began to stir. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a red storm. Xianxia also felt a suction force, and his figure was constantly swept towards the red storm. At the same time, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven finally launched his attack. If it was an ordinary person, they would be directly swept away by the red storm. However, Xianxia's soul strength was comparable to a fourth-level manifestation realm, so his speed was only slightly reduced. I can't stay in the air, or else I'll die a horrible death. Xianxia quickly dodged the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's attack and landed on the ground. On the ground, his 90% agility advancement would be effective, and his speed could even catch up with the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. However, what he didn't understand was why the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven condensed this red storm. However, in the next moment, he understood. There's no need for Golden Fire City to exist anymore. Everyone die. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's eyes flickered as he directly charged towards Xianxia. As for the red storm, it directly swept through Golden Fire City. Countless people were caught in it and were instantly shredded into pieces by the blood-red wind blades. What? He's going to massacre the city? Xianxia was shocked. This blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was too cruel. Not only did he assassinate the experts of the four great families, but now he was going to massacre the city? This time, it was a trap set by the blood-robed sect. Their goal was to lure the experts of the four great families over. However, after seeing Xianxia, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven felt that it was worth it. Xianxia could fight with him at third-level manifestation realm. He was definitely the top genius of the four great families. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was celebrating with the lives of these innocent people. "You blood-robed Emperor of Heaven, watch how I kill you." Yi Xian was furious. Even he had never done something like massacring a city, but the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven actually did it in front of him. He was courting death. "Just you?" The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven didn't care and only revealed an evil smile. Chapter 1108. I'll kill you and break through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He knew that the good stuff must have been taken by the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. As long as he killed the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven, he would definitely be able to break through. At the same time, he could avenge these innocent people. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people were swept into the scarlet blood storm and torn into pieces. In order to stop the scarlet blood storm, Yi Xian had to kill the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven as soon as possible. "Kid, you should be satisfied that so many people will die with you." The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven sneered and turned into a stream of light that swept towards Yi Xian. "Satisfied my ass." Yi Xian went up to meet him. In an instant, the two of them started to fight. Yi Xian, who had activated the Eye of Glory, coupled with his powerful soul and bloodline, could make up for the difference of 2 levels. However, under the red storm on the other side, people were constantly being torn apart. If it was a normal storm, even a spirit disaster expert might be able to dodge it. However, this red storm had the support of the manifestation realm 5th level of the manifestation realm from the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. Even the blood-robed sect's disciples could not resist it. "Young sect master, please stop." "No, I don't want to die." "Young sect master, why are you doing this?" The red storm had no consciousness. Countless people were swept into it, including the blood-robed sect's disciples and even the guardians. Those who were swept into it were not spared and were all turned into minced meat without exception. At the same time, after so many people were swept to death, the red storm began to expand. This was the truly terrifying thing. If it grew, the entire Golden Flame City would really become a pile of ruins. One had to know that the entire Golden Flame City had millions of people. What a brutal blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. "Take this." Killing intent surged in Yi Xian's heart. Previously, the corpse man had massacred many cities, but this time he had personally encountered it. A giant golden sword suddenly appeared and slashed towards the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. Overlord's limitless sword. Insignificant skill. Facing the giant golden sword, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven dodged calmly. However, in the next moment, he knew that he was wrong. The tyrannical Emperor's limitless sword didn't rely on slashing, but on that formless pressure. This pressure, coupled with Yi Xian's all-creation strength, combined into one, was incomparably powerful. Kacha! The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven couldn't avoid it. He fell from the sky and half of his body was embedded in the ground. The bones in his body were directly shattered, and even his skull was the same. Fortunately, he was one of the best amongst 5th-level manifestation realm martial artists. If it was an ordinary 5th-level manifestation realm martial artist, he would probably have already died under this sword strike. How can he be so strong? The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was at a loss. In the next moment, he was about to receive Yi Xian's frenzied attacks. The blood-robed Tianzi's expression changed drastically. He quickly used the power of all things to break open the ground and drill into the ground. Then he drilled out of the red blood storm. Just now, Yi Xian had caught him off guard with the Overlord's limitless sword. At the same time, the blood-robed Son of Heaven had suffered heavy injuries. He understood that Yi Xian was not someone to be trifled with. Now, he wanted to use the blood-robed sect's secret technique and cut Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces. However, he suddenly changed his mind. "Haha, do you think you can kill me like that?" The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven hid in the red blood storm and laughed loudly. At the same time, the fresh blood in the red blood storm gathered towards him and began to heal his injuries. F***CK, what kind of movement technique was that? He actually hid in the storm in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian was shocked. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's movement technique was impressive. Although he had copied it, it was the blood-robed sect's martial arts. Without the emerald blood technique, it was useless for him to learn it. The dignified blood-robed sect's young sect master is actually a coward. Fine, watch me break your turtle shell. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Eye of devastation. Eye of decomposition. Golden dragon catch your hand. Just now, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was there, so he could only attack him. If he attacked the red blood storm, wouldn't he become the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's target? But now, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was hiding in the red blood storm, so it was a good opportunity to attack together. This red blood storm was 100 times stronger than the red blood corpse kings, and it would continue to grow. It was very troublesome. However, Yi Xian's true qi was free. Under his crazy attacks, the red blood storm clearly shrunk. Why does this kid have so much true qi? The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was shocked. In these few seconds, Yi Xian used dozens of techniques and directly weakened the red blood storm by nearly half. In a battle between Manifestation Realm experts, they usually used Manifestation Force to attack. This was because using techniques consumed too much true qi, and using them continuously would double the consumption. However, Yi Xian did not seem to stop after using his techniques dozens of times. If this continued, the red blood storm that the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven had used a lot of true qi to condense would dissipate. Kid, I admit that you are very strong. You can actually force me to use this move. As soon as the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's voice fell, Yi Xian outside focused his eyes and found that the red blood storm was rapidly shrinking. He did not attack, but the red blood storm became smaller by itself? No, it was the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's doing. Yi Xian hurriedly looked with the eye of revelation and found that the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was actually devouring the blood of the dead people. One had to know that thousands of people had died under this blood-eating storm. After the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven devoured the blood of the dead people, his aura began to gradually become stronger. Immediately, Yi Xian understood. Eye of Nirvana. Dragon catching hand. Heartbreak sword technique. Yi Xian quickly attacked the red blood storm. Previously, the red blood storm had become smaller because his attack had dispersed the power of all creations on the red blood storm. Now, the red blood storm had become smaller because the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven had used a secret technique to devour it. Yi Xian suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had used the Overlord's limitless sword at this time, the effect would have been very great. He could even have defeated the entire red blood storm. Unfortunately, the Overlord's limitless sword had been used to smash the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven, and it did not kill him. In the blink of an eye, the red blood storm had shrunk to a diameter of 100 meters. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's aura was also nearly twice as strong as before. Kid, you are dead meat. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A cold light flashed, and the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven quickly dodged. The blood that he had devoured just now was all refined by him, causing his strength to soar by a large margin. Now, it was Yi Xian's time of death. But when he reacted, he found that he had turned around and ran far away. It's too late to run now. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven muttered and quickly chased after him. However, what he did not know was that Yi Xian was not running away. Chapter 1109. Brat, don't even think about escaping. With a shout, a blood-cloth sect elder leaped into the air with a group of experts. I've been waiting for you. Yi Xian quickly rushed towards the blood-cloth sect elder. Whoosh! The heart-shattering sword pierced through the air and struck the blood-cloth sect elder's chest. Stop him! The blood-cloth sect elder quickly dodged and shouted at the same time. However, in the next moment, his head directly exploded. The killer was not Yi Xian, but the 5 third-level Manifestation Realm blood-cloth sect guardians that Yi Xian controlled earlier. Previously, Yi Xian did not choose to kill these 5 people because they might be useful later on. Now, they were useful. The blood-cloth sect disciples present were shocked. They could not understand why the 5 blood-cloth sect guardians would sneak attack the elder. Could it be that these people were in cahoots with Yi Xian? At the same time, Yi Xian had already rushed over and collected the universe ring of the last blood-cloth sect elder. Not enough. Yi Xian's expression did not look good because he was still short of leveling up. Even if he killed all the surrounding disciples, he would not be able to make up for it. Damn you, you can't be so stingy. So much wealth has been taken away, and you didn't leave anything for others. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. The target of his curses was naturally the Bloodcloth Emperor. The 4 major families in Golden Flame City were equivalent to the city lords. It was too much of a scam for the Bloodcloth Emperor to take away such a large amount of wealth. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have broken through by now and beaten the Bloodcloth Emperor. Sensing the powerful pursuer behind him, Yi Xian's expression darkened and he chose to run. On land, he had a 90% increase in movement speed. In addition to the constant harassment from the dragon catcher hands and the undying treasure, Megatron, the Bloodcloth Emperor would not be able to catch up in a short time. However, there was a time limit to the Blood-Clothed Prince's ability to increase his strength. Therefore, Yi Xian's plan was to stall for time and not really escape. Otherwise, he could have just broken through the void and left. Bullsh *T blood-robed emperor, come and kill me! Yi Xian shouted angrily as he ran like a madman. Those who betray our Bloodcloth sect die. The blood-clothed emperor wasn't in a hurry to chase after Yi Xian. Instead, he killed the 5 third-level Manifestation Realm Enforcers before chasing after Yi Xian. The escaping Yi Xian was like a tank. He rammed his way through the city walls, creating a huge hole in them. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's aura was still at its peak, so Yi Xian did not dare to turn around. If this continues, that brat is going to escape. After chasing out of the city, the eyes of the blood-clad son of heaven flashed as he used his trump card once more. 12 blood pillars, trap him. True Qi surged, and the entire night instantly turned into the color of blood. Immediately after, huge blood pillars fell, directly blocking Yi Xian's path forward. Boom! 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 Yi Xian's footsteps paused as he looked at the enormous pillars of blood in front of him. There were hundreds of meters of gaps between the pillars of blood, but he could see that there were dense blood-colored threads between the gaps. If he were to forcefully charge through, he would probably be cut into countless pieces. What a brilliant ability! As expected of the Bloodcloth sect. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Abilities were also divided into ranks. The Dragon Catcher Hand was a mid-level ability of the Manifestation Realm, and the Heartbreak Sword technique was also a mid-level ability. However, these 12 blood pillars were probably a high-level ability. However, Yi Xian quickly reacted and naturally wouldn't rush blindly. Eye of Nirvana! Eye of Nirvana! 2 silver lights flashed, directly splitting apart the blood-colored threads between the pillars. While the blood-colored threads were being repaired, Yi Xian directly passed through them. The blood-clad son of heaven wasn't very proficient in this move. Otherwise, the bloodlines would have split the Eye of Nirvana instead of being cut by the Eye of Nirvana. Seeing that Yi Xian successfully passed through, the blood-clad son of heaven's eyes flickered, and he shouted angrily, "Trap him again!" Boom! The 12 blood-colored pillars suddenly rose into the air. After tumbling in the air for a few weeks, they fiercely smashed in front of Yi Xian. This time, they surrounded Yi Xian so tightly that there was no gap at all. What? You can do that? Yi Xian was shocked. The 12 pillars just happened to seal off his front, back, left, and right. There was no gap at all, leaving only up and down for him. At this time, a blood cloud condensed above his head, and then a giant blood bell slammed down. What was worse was that when the 12 blood-colored pillars fell, they emitted a sizzling sound. The entire ground instantly turned into a sea of blood. The brilliant golden armor carelessly came into contact with a little bit of blood, and was corroded and penetrated. "Kid, you can't escape." The blood-clad son of heaven's voice came in. Is that so? Yi Xian didn't mind in the slightest in the face of this almost perfect seal. As his eyes flashed, a void door opened in front of him. However, he didn't pass through it. Instead, he directly pierced the void door with his sword. Heartbreaking sword technique. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out, but it came from outside the 12 blood-colored pillars. Then, the sound was heard. This is impossible. The blood-clad Son of Heaven, who was outside the 12 blood pillars, widened his eyes in disbelief as he fell from the air. His heart was cut in half, and the blood-clad Son of Heaven died tragically on the spot. Within the 12 blood-colored pillars, Yixian looked at the void door in front of him and revealed a trace of a smile. The other side of the void door was the place he had just passed. His sword directly pierced the blood-clad Son of Heaven's back through the air. I actually learned the legendary hitting a bull through a mountain. Yixian sneered in his heart. He watched the 12 pillars around him and the giant blood bell above his head disappear. At the same time, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has completed the random mission and successfully killed the blood-clad Son of Heaven. The reward is the Divine Tree of Life Bloodline Evolution. The random mission was completed, and the Divine Tree of Life Bloodline evolved. This was extremely good news for Yixian. With the Divine Tree of Life Bloodline improved, his resistance to poison would also increase. In addition, his life force recovery speed and chi recovery speed would also increase.